Okay, so today I will start by doing this free code camp exercises. Since I don't understand Flexbox very well still, I'm gonna do these exercises, then maybe I'll go back to finishing this site. But I also think I found that there are some projects here on free code camp, and I might try to do this instead, because that way I can get some certifications and display on the free code camp website. So let's start. Add the CSS property, display to box container, and set its value to flex. This one I'm used to doing from yesterday. I think I'm gonna read this through because I don't remember exactly how it works. Oh, I forgot to change the name of the string. So let me do that first. Today is day 5, I think. Yeah, day 5. Okay. This section uses alternating challenge styles to show how to use CSS to position elements in a flexible way. First, a challenge will explain theory, then a practical challenge using a simple component will apply the flexbox concept. Placing the CSS property display flex on an element allows you to use other flex properties to build a responsive page. So it still doesn't tell me anything about flex. Specifically. Add the CSS property display flex, show off the following items. Note that selectors are already set up in the CSS. Header, the header's profile. Name, the header's follow button, the header's h3 and h4, the footer and footer stats. So it should put display flex on all of them. Easy one. I want to understand how to organize using flex. What flex 1 means, flex 2, and the positions. Either profile name, follow button, h3, range 4, footer, and footer stats. That's it. Next one. Add the CSS property flex direction to the box container element. Flex direction. Give a value row reverse. So this reverse is the row, as the name says. These make it possible to align any children of that element into rows or columns. We do this by adding the flex direction property to the parent item and setting it to row or column. Creating a row will align the children horizontally, and creating a column will align the children vertically. Let me check on my CSS what I did, because I forgot. Display flex. I didn't put. Maybe if I put flex direction here, it's gonna be better than. Oh, I put flex 1. So I think I'll see what's the difference before I move on. And row. I think it updates automatically here. Unable to connect. Or maybe it didn't change anything. Yeah, I think it's the same function. It's probably better to do it this way. Anyway, let's go back to this. Add the CSS property flex direction header. Flex direction. Set it to row and footer. Yeah, didn't change anything here. Next one. Flex direction, box container, and column. Now it changes to a column. Something I wanted to do here is also put another div. And so I can have some space on the site next to the topics. That is going to be more of a blank space, and have let me delete this. And have social media stuff, and kind of similar to the other sites, the Quantum Magazine. Yeah, here. And then I can style this maybe. And I put a different class. Flowchild link. Let me see if it changes. Still on the same space, which is good because I wanna style it differently than the other ones. Text direction to profile name here. And column. Add an example helps show this property in action. Add the CSS property justify content to the box container. Justify content center. Bonus, try the other options for the justify content property in the code editor to see their difference. But note that a value of center is the only one that will pass this challenge. Doesn't do anything. Right. What are the other properties? I'm gonna read this because I don't understand this justify content very well. And put center here, yeah. Sometimes the flex items within a flex container do not fit all the space in the container. It is common to want to tell CSS how to align and space out the flex items in a certain way. Fortunately, the justify content property has several options to do this, but first, there is some important terminology to understand before reviewing these options. Here is useful image showing a row to illustrate the concepts below. Flex item 1, flex item 2. So I think the default configuration of the flex box is it puts on a row automatically, maybe. And then the numbers is proportional to the size of the screen. Cross end, cross start. Recall that setting a flex container as a row places the flex items side by side from left to right. Yeah, what I was saying. Flex container status column places these flex items in a vertical stack from top to bottom. For each, the direction the flex items are arranged is called the main axis. For a row, this is a horizontal line that cuts through each item, and for a column, the main axis is a vertical line through the items. There are several options for how to space the flex items along the line that is the main axis. One of the most commonly used is justify content, which aligns all the flex items to the center inside the flex container. Other options include flex start, aligns items to the start of the flex container. To the start, for a row, this pushes the items to the left of the container. For a column, this pushes the items to the top of the container. Let's type this. No, this is a different command. Things. Let me delete this and put flex start. Oh, this is the default if no justified content is specified. So what's the argument that this takes? One. Flex end aligns items to the end of the flex container. For a row, this pushes the item to the right of the container. For a column, this pushes the item to the bottom of the container. I don't understand. It doesn't say the arguments that it goes. If it's a number or statement. Space between aligns items to the center of the main axis, with extra space placed between the items. The first and last items are pushed to the very edge of the flex container. For example, in a row, the first item is against the left side of the container, the last item is against the right side of the container. Then the remaining space is distributed evenly among the other items. Space around. Similar to space between, but the first and last items are not locked to the edges of the container. Space is distributed around all of the items with a half space on either end of the flex container. Space evenly distributes space evenly between the flex items with a full space at either end of the flex container. Let's go to the next one. Add justify content to the header's profile name. Here. And set the value to any of the options from the last challenge. Also, those are the arguments and justify content is the command. So, it says here, flex start. Let's test all of them and see how it changes the thing. Flex end, puts below, space between, and creates a space between the names, space around, creates a space around the both of the names, space evenly, same thing in space around but with even space. For example, host. Add the CSS property align items to the box container elements. And give it a value of, so this is going to teach align items the same way that justify content was taught before. Try the other options, align items property in the code area to see their differences. So flex start aligns items to the start of the flex container. For rows, so what's the difference between the two? It's similar to justify content. Recall that justify content property aligned flex items along the main axis. For rows, the main axis is a horizontal line. Flex container also have a cross axis, which is the opposite of the main axis. For rows, the cross. CSS offers the align items property to align flex items along the cross axis. For row, it tells CSS how to push the items in the entire row up or down within the container, and for a column, how to push all the items left or right with the container. So I don't see any difference. Column is aligned items to the right of the container, center. Align items to the center. For rows is vertically aligned items, equal space above and below that. Stretch. Oh, this is a different command from justify content. Stretch the items to fill the flex container. For example, rows items are stretched to fill the flex container top to bottom. This is the default value if no align items value is specified. Baseline, align items to their baselines. Baselines is a text concept. Think of it as the line that the letters sit on. So maybe this not only changes the boxes, but changes the content within the boxes. Let's try the other commands. Let's start. Flex end should put in the bottom. Center already saw. Stretch. didn't do anything because I think it's already stretched by default on this display. Baseline. Okay, next one. Add align items to the follow button. Center. Yeah, this I don't understand. Oh, now I got it. It just changes the space on which the button is at. It should be on the center of the text, so that the text is on the center of the button. The last challenge introduced the align items. Yeah. Let's go to the next one. CSS also has options for the direction of the wrap. No wrap, this is the default setting, does not wrap items. Wraps items from left to right if they are in a row, or top to bottom if they are in a column. Wrap reverse, wraps items from right to left if they are in a row, or bottom to top if they are in a column. The current layout has too many boxes for one row. Add the CSS property flex wrap to the box container element and give it value of wrap. So this fits the flex items into the space with the same properties. Oh, to maintain the properties that were given here, I think it makes the other ones go to the bottom. Using the flex wrap property tells CSS to wrap items. This means extra items move into a new row or column. The breakpoint of where the wrapping happens depends on the size of the items and the size of the container. So maybe before, yesterday, when the content was overlapping the footer, I should use a flex wrap to make the content fit the container. Maybe it's not exactly the same thing. And the CSS property flex shrink to both box 1, box 2, flex shrink. And I'm guessing this is gonna shrink the size. 1. Sure. It allows an item to shrink if the flex container is too small. Items shrink when the width of the parent container is smaller than. So this is what I needed, I think. When it's used, it allows an item to shrink if the flex container is too small. Items shrink when the width of the parent container is smaller than the combined widths of all the flex items within it. The flex shrink property takes numbers as values. The higher the number, the more it will shrink compared to the other items in the container. For example, if one item has a flex shrink of value of 1, and the other has a flex shrink value of 3, the one with the value of 3 will shrink 3 times as much as the other one. So it's compared in multiplication, the division. So maybe this is what I needed to add here. Flex shrink 1. And maybe that's what I need to add to all of them. Let's do the tests here. So right now didn't change anything, but let's put the height to 100. And let's put the height to 100 here. I think I need to save. No, still doesn't change anything. Maybe it has to be on float child element. Let me go back here. Let's change the size of this to 55. No, still doesn't change anything. Oh. Let's keep going with the tutorial. Maybe it will say, we'll talk about this later. Add the CSS property flex grow, box 1. Value, give box 1 value of 1. And box 2 value of 2. Guess it's the same thing, but instead of shrink, it's grow. Controls the size of items when the parent container expands. Using a similar example for the last challenge, on the items of flex growth. Yeah, same thing works for instead of when it's shrinking, it's growing. Set the initial size of the boxes using flex basis. Box 1. Then EM. Box 2. EM. So this is for the initial size. The units used by the flex basis property are the same as other size properties. Okay. Add the CSS property flex to both box 1. What? Oh, there's a shortcut available to set several flex properties at once. Flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis property can all be set by using flex property. For example, flex 1 So it can be all written in the same line. And the first one is grow, then the second is shrink, and the other is basis. So he wants me to put 2, and then 150 pixels for this one. And the box 2, 1, and 150 pixels. Next one. CSS property order. To box 1. To both box 1 and box 2. Box 1 value is 2. Box 2 value is 1. The order property is used to tell CSS the order of all flex items appearing in the flex container. Yeah, so this is pretty intuitive. Add the CSS property, align self to box 1. And box 2, the value of 1 is center. The value of 2 is flex end. This property allows you to adjust each item's alignment individually, instead of setting them all at once. This is useful since other common adjustment techniques using the CSS properties float clear and vertical align do not work on flex items. Maybe I have to set the display to flex here. Here is display flex, but here, let me try this one. And now it changed a little bit. I think that was what it was wrong. And then let me put flex shrink. Yeah, flex shrink 1. Now let me change the size and see what happens. Still overlaps the content. The footer. Maybe it's just the height, the problem. The height setting is doesn't take into account the content overlapping. Okay. Line self accepts the same values as a line item and will override any values set by the align items property. Now CSS grid. change the display to div container grid. It's probably here. This will give your grid 2 columns that are each 50 pixels. Give the grid container 3 columns that are each 100 pixels wide. Yeah, so it's very similar. And grid template row probably tells the size of the rows, and then you can position each element into one part of the grid that you created. Container class should have grid template property. With 3 units of 100 pixels. Oh, I think I need to put like this, maybe. Yeah. Add 2 rows, 50. It's gonna be the same thing, but for rows. Rows. Yeah. We can use absolute and relative units like pixels and EM. And CSS grid to define the size of rows and columns. You can use this as well. FR sets the column or row to a fraction of the available space. Auto sets the column or row to the width or height of its content automatically. Auto sets the column and or row to the width or height of its content automatically. Percentage adjusts the columns or rows to the percent width of its container. These are codes that generates the output in the preview. Auto 50 pixels, 10% to far. This snippet creates 5 columns. The first column is as wide as its content. The second column is 50 pixels. The third column is 10% of its container. And for the last 2 columns, the remaining space is divided into 3 sections. 2 are allocated for the 4th column and 1 for the 5th. But how does it fit everything into the space? If you put some columns with a fixed space and the other ones with different. No, I guess I get it now. Make a grid with 3 columns whose width are as follows. Make a grid with 3 columns whose width are as follows. So it's supposed to change just this one. So maybe I can use this grid template to limit the size of the content inside of the thing. On the site that I'm building, give the columns in the grid a 20 pixel gap. Grid column gap. No, and this creates separation between each element. Create a gap for the row that is 55 pixels. So still grid row gap. Yeah. 5 pixels. Next one. Grid gap should introduce 10 pixels. Between the rows and 20 pixels between 20 pixels gap between the columns. 10, 20. It's probably in the same line. If that has one value, it will create a gap between all rows and columns. If there are two values, it will use the first one to set the gap between the rows, and the second value for the columns. Now it's column lines. Make the item with the class item 5 consume the last two columns of the grid. Okay, let's read this. Up to this point, other properties that have been discussed are for grid containers. The grid column property is the first one for use on the grid items themselves. Up to this point, other properties that have been discussed are for grid containers. The grid column property is the first one for use on the grid items themselves. The hypothetical horizontal and vertical lines that create the grid are referred to as lines. They are created that create the grid. These lines are numbered starting with 1 at the top left corner of the grid and move right for the columns and down for rows counting upwards. This is what the line looks like for a 3 times 3 grid. To control the amount of columns an item will consume, you can use the grid column property. To control the amount of columns an item will consume, because the grid column property in conjunction with the line numbers we want the item to start and stop at. So this is maybe how I control the contents. This will make the item start at the first vertical line, which is here. First vertical line of the grid on the left, and span to the third line of the grid, consuming 2 columns. So this tells where the item starts and finishes. but then I have to make the container a grid container and not a flex container. Yeah, display grid here. That's probably how I can do it then. I will just create 3 rows, 3 columns and 2 rows, and then type grid row 1/2. But I'll try that later, I think. That's the number. Make the item with the class certify consume the last 2 columns of the grid. Consume the last 2 columns. So that's too far. Yeah, I think that's it. Starts on the line 2 and then ends on the line 4. Yeah. Make the element with the item 5 class consume the last 2 rows. Grid row. It's probably the same thing. Yeah. This is justify self property to center the item with the class item 2. Justify self center. Thank you. Line the item with the class item 3 vertically at the end. So justify self and yeah. Align self. Just as you can align an item horizontally, there's a way to align an item vertically as well. To do this, you use the align self property on an item. This property accepts all of the same values as justify self from last challenge. So this is for vertically, and then align self is for, and justify self is for horizontally, I think. Justify items. Now it's for both horizontally and vertically, I think. Use the previous learned properties and align them individually. Or you can align them all at once horizontally by using justify items on your grid container. So this is if I want to align them all. This property can accept all the same values you learned about in the previous 2 challenges. The difference being that it will move all the items in our grid to the desired alignment. So yeah. Now centers all the container class should have justify items. Property that is value center. forgot the symbol in the. Use it now to move all the items to the end of each cell. So I guess it's the same thing. But for the end, align items. Justify is for horizontally and align is for vertically. Justify is for horizontally and align is for vertically. Place the area template so that the cell labeled advert becomes an empty cell. Okay. Group cells of your grid together into an area and give the area a custom name. Grid template areas on the container like this. Why did it change when I did this? It has to be on the same line. The code above merges the top 3 cells together into an area named header. Merges the top 3 cells together. The bottom 3 cells into a footer area, and it makes 2 areas in the middle row. Advert and content. Note, every word in the code represents a cell, and every pair of quotation marks represents a row. In addition to custom labels, you can use a period dot to designate an empty cell in the grid. Paste the area template so that the cell labeled advert becomes an empty cell. So I guess I understand this. Maybe if I apply this to the whole page, it's gonna stop allowing interference between the contents. And body maybe. The body is just the body, right? So. Yeah. Also, it's telling me to replace this by dots. So it's empty. Place an element with the item 5 class in the footer area using the grid area property. Place an element with the item 5. Yeah. in the footer area using the grid area property. And if I take this off, it stays on top. Maybe this one is the solution to that problem. If I just put grid area on here, yeah, and this one. Using the grid area property, place the element of icon 5. Pass between the third and fourth horizontal lines, and between the first and fourth vertical lines. So you can create an area on the fly. This is using the line numbers we learned about earlier to define where the area for this item will be. The numbers in the example above represent these values. So the first two numbers are the start of the lines. And it's so confusing. Why not horizontal and then horizontal start and then finish first and then vertical? Between the third and fourth horizontal lines and between the first and fourth vertical lines. So between the third and fourth horizontal lines, first and fourth vertical lines. That's how he's asking me to do. The third and fourth horizontal lines between the first and fourth vertical lines. When you use grid template columns and grid template rows to define the structure of a grid, you entered a value for each row or column you created. Let's say you want a grid with 100 rows of the same height. It isn't very practical to insert 100 values individually. Fortunately, there's a better way. By using the repeat function to specify the numbers of times you want your column or row to be repeated, followed by a comma and the value you want to repeat. So this is to set up automatically the number. You can also repeat multiple values with the repeat function and insert the function amongst other values when defining a grid structure. Here's what that looks like. So yeah, this this repeats only with one value, and this a bunch of values, like a pattern. It repeats this 2 times. Or repeats this 2 times. And then puts the 20 pixels. Oh, I got it. So two rows like this, and then whatever is in the brackets is repeated, and the others are fixed amount. But the 1 and 50 is repeated twice for use repeat to remove repetition from the grid columns property. So repeat like this. 3. Something is wrong. No, has to be attached to the thing. Using the min-max function, replace the 1fr repeat function with a column size that has the minimum width of 90 pixels. So it's supposed to be here. Min-max function replace the one with a column size that has the minimum width of 90. There's another built-in function to use with grid template forms. Grid template forms called min-max. It's used to limit the size of items when the grid container changes size. It's used to limit the size of items when the grid container changes size. So I don't understand where maybe it goes inside the bracket. Code above grid template columns set to create 2 columns. The first is 100 pixels wide, and the second has the minimum width of 50 pixels and the maximum width of 200 pixels. Container class should have grid template columns property that is set to repeat 3 columns and maximum 1. So I'm guessing this goes inside this other code. Min-max is the minimum width of 90 and the maximum width of, so minimum 90 pixels. No, I think it's, oh, maybe if I put this, yeah, I think now that's correct. In the first grid, use autofill with repeat to fill the grid with columns that have a minimum width of 60 pixels and maximum of 1. Autofill. With function calls with an option called autofill. This allows you to automatically insert as many rows or columns of your desired size as possible depending on the size of the container. You can create flexible layouts when combining autofill with min-max like this. This allows you to automatically insert as many rows or columns your desired size as possible depending on the size of your container. When the container changes sizes, the setup keeps inserting 6 pixels columns and stretching them until it can insert another one. Note, if your container can't fit all your items on one row, it will move them down to a new one. The first grid, use autofill with repeat to fill the grid with columns that have a minimum width of So, does it go before or after the number? Okay, after. Then resize the preview to see autofill in action. No, I did something wrong. Maybe instead of 3, it's autofill. I think that's correct, probably. So it just creates as many as it allows it fit. Yeah, there we go. The second grid, use autofit with repeat. To fill the grid with columns that have a minimum width of 60 and maximum of 1. Here. And this will probably fit them automatically into the column. Yeah. The only difference is that when the container size exceeds the size of all the items combined, autofill keeps inserting empty rows or columns and pushes your items to the side, while autofit collapses those empty rows or columns and stretches your items to fit the size of the container. Autofill keeps inserting empty rows or columns and pushes your items to the side. Autofit collapses those empty rows or columns and stretches your items to fit the size of the container. If your container can't fit all your items on one row, it moves to the next one. When the viewport width is 400 pixels or more, make the header area occupy the top row completely and the footer area occupy the bottom row completely. When the viewport width is 400 pixels or more, make the header area so it's here. CSS grid can be an easy way to make your site more responsive by using media queries to rearrange grid areas, change the dimension of grid, and rearrange the placement of items. The preview: when the viewport width is 300 pixels or more, the number of columns changes from 1 to 2. In the preview, when the viewport width is 300 here, the number of columns changes from 1 to 2. The advertisement area then occupies the left column completely. Did I put a display on the footer? The viewport width is 400 pixels or more, make the header area occupy the top row. Or something. Not sure if I understand this one. The header and footer areas occupy the top and bottom rows respectively, and AdWord and content occupy the left and right columns of the middle row. Damn, I can't think. Maybe it's exactly the same as the top one. Read template, columns, make the header area occupy the top row completely, and the footer area occupy the bottom row completely. So it wants these areas to occupy the row completely. So this header and footer. Once it is increases in size, So I think it's gonna be the same. Oh. I think I'm changing on the wrong. Read template columns auto read template rows auto run. Why does it have auto here? No, because there's 3 rows and 2 columns. So let me think about this. So maybe it's 1 auto 1. No. Changes, but it's changing. Let's try the other way. Still don't understand this one. It's fraction, right? Let me think about this. So the columns have to change also. The first one should be 0, I think. Dot is for the other command. 0. No. Maybe if I change from fraction to also doesn't change anything. Make the header area occupy the top row completely and the footer area occupy the bottom row completely. So it has to be on column, on rows, right? So this is gonna be 1. I think this auto, yeah, not gonna work, I think. Maybe it's like this. I was thinking about columns, completing the column, but it's probably completing the row. And the view part is 500 pixels or more. Container class should have agreed template areas. Property in which the header and footer areas occupy the top and bottom rows. Respectively. Top and bottom rows respectively. And the advert and content occupy the left and right columns of the middle row. So the advert needs to the other advert needs to go to the middle. How I'm gonna do that? So maybe Let's try it like this. Well, but this is just a column. There's 2 columns only. So how do I make the first one shrink to half the size? Maybe I put 1 here and 2 here. No. I really don't understand this. How it works exactly. I think I need to get help on the thing. I don't remember exactly what specifications go here. And let's get help, I think.
Media queries can be used along with template areas to make responsive layouts. Let's look at the page right now. See, when I change the size, it will change how things are laid out on the screen with the header, the advert, the content. So you can see how that works here. Here is the default. The default one is right here, and the default would be in the smallest size. However, we also have this media query when the min width is 300 pixels. So when it's over 300 pixels, we're going to change the template. So you'll see here, there's just 4 areas: header, advert, content, footer. Here, each row has the advert on the side, and then it either has the header, the content, or footer. You can see that when you change the size of the
Oh, this is weird. Mine is different than the video. The grid template areas comes after this code. Maybe it doesn't change anything.
media query. It will change how things are on the screen with the header, the advert, the content. So you can see how that works here. Here is the default. The default one is right here, and the default would be in the smallest size. However, we also have this media query when the min width is 300 pixels. So when it's over 300 pixels, we're going to change the template. So you'll see here, there's just 4 areas: header, advert, content, footer. Here, each row has the advert on the side, and then it either has the header, the content, or footer. You can see that when you change the size of the window size. Let's do one more. To solve this challenge, when the min width is 400 pixels, we want the header to be along all the top. So I'm going to put header, I'm going to change the word advert to header, and we want the footer to be along the full bottom at min width 400 pixels. So I'm going to put footer here. And now if I refresh, we'll see that there's 3 different sizes we can do. So here you can see the header on the top and bottom and the advert in the middle. Now the advert stretches all the way from the top to bottom, and then the third size would be everything right on top of each other.
So I guess I wasn't supposed to write this code. And actually just change this one. how do I represent empty space?
Media queries can be used along with template areas to make responsive layouts. Let's look at the page right now. See, when I change the size, it will change how things are laid out on the screen with the header, the advert, the content. So you can see how that works here. Here is the default. The default one is right here, and the default would be in the smallest size. However, we also have this media query when the min width is 300 pixels. So when it's over 300 pixels, we're going to change the template. So you'll see here, there's just 4 areas: header, advert, content, footer. Here, each row has the advert on the side, and then it either has the header, the content, or footer. And you can see that when you change the size of the window size. Let's do one more. To solve this challenge, when the min width is 400 pixels, we want the header to be along all the top. So I'm going to put header, I'm going to change the word advert to header, and we want the footer to be along the full bottom at min width 400 pixels. So I'm going to put footer here. And now if I refresh, we'll see that there's 3 different sizes we can do. So here you can see the header on the top and bottom and the advert in the middle. Now the advert stretches all the way from the top to bottom, and then the third size would be everything right on top of each.
I'm still confused about the sizes of this thing. This auto and one fraction. Let's take this advert off and see if it changes. No, it doesn't change anything. Maybe if I put content. No, now it changes. The advert goes to the bottom. I wonder why. I think I'm gonna go to the next one. Maybe I need to research this to understand better. Turn the element with the item tree. Pass into a grid with 2 columns with a width of auto and 1 fraction using display and grid template columns. Turning an element into a grid only affects the behavior of its direct descendants. So by turning a direct descendant into a grid, you have a grid within a grid. So this is kind of inheritance. For example, by setting the display and grid template columns properties of the element with the item tree class, create a grid within your grid. Display like this. Setting the display and grid template columns properties of the element with the item tree class, you create a grid within your grid. Maybe it's display grid and then grid template columns. turn the elements into a grid with 2 columns with a width of auto and one of using display, and so the width of auto and one of maybe that's it. I have a feeling that does not. Oh, so it is simple. Oh, so I don't need to actually open this, it's already part of the challenges, I think. Yes, I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So I think this is the first project. Responsive web design projects. Build a tribute page. Objective: build a CodePen IO app that is functionally similar to this. This is gonna be difficult, I think. You can use HTML, JavaScript, and CSS to complete this project. Plain CSS is recommended because that is what the lessons have covered so far, and you should get some practice with plain CSS. You can use Bootstrap or Sass if you choose. additional technologies, just for example, are not recommended for this project, and using them is at your own risk. Other projects will give you a chance to work with different technology stacks like React. We will accept and try to fix all issues and parts. It is a suggested technology stack for this project code. Content. My tribute page should have an element with corresponding ID equals main, which contains all other elements. I should see an element with corresponding ID equal title, which contains a string that describes the subject of the tribute page. I should see either a figure or div element with corresponding ID equals image div. Within the image div element, I should see an image element with corresponding ID equals image. Within the image div element, I should see either a feed caption or div element with a corresponding ID image caption that contains textual content describing the image shown in image div. Should see an element corresponding to ID equals tribute info. Should see an A element with a corresponding ID tribute link, which links to an outside site that contains additional information about the subject of the tribute page. Hint: you must give your element an attribute of target and set it to blank. And that's so it opens on the other tab. In order to open in new tab. Now, the image element should responsibly resize relative to the width of its parent element without exceeding its original size. The image element should be centered within its parent element. Should be centered within its parent element. So I should do it exactly like this page here. Fill the below user stories with your own personal style. In software development and product management, a user story is an informal, natural language description of one or more features of a software system. User stories are often written from the perspective of an end user or user of a system. They are often recorded on an index card and post. User story may be written by various stakeholders. I don't understand what this has to do with the project. You can use HTML, JavaScript, and CSS to complete this project. Plain CSS command. You can use Bootstrap or Sass if you choose. Additional technologies, just for example, User story 1. My attribute page should have an element with corresponding ID equals main, which contains all other elements. I should see an element with corresponding ID equals title, which contains a string text that describes the subject of the attribute. So I think I'm supposed to build this on here. And maybe 2 files are gonna be fine. So I think I'm gonna use that, or maybe it only works for HTML files. New file, new window. So I think I'm gonna build another folder here. Attribute page code. Okay. But I wanted to know a way to do it from here without having to build another folder. Because new file is not gonna give me the specification of which type of file it is. And this is not gonna do anything, so maybe it has to be like that. New file. And now if I do the exclamation, yeah, there we go. So the title should be the attribute name. And it should have ID of title. You see a div element, ID main should be the inside here, I think. Inside of the body. Should see an element with the title. You should see a div element with a corresponding, so inside of the body. The image with ID, image div. Within the image div element, I should see an image element corresponding ID equals image. Within the image div element, I should see an image element with a corresponding ID image. No, I think it was like this. source. And then the image caption. I think that's the way. Maybe I'm forgetting something. The image div element, I should see an image element corresponding to the image. So within the image div element, image div here. So the three one is here. The fourth one is corresponding to the image. So this should be image instead of image caption. So should see an image element with a corresponding ID image. It's done. I should see an element with a corresponding ID image caption. But any element that contains textual content describing the image shown in image div. I think I remember this from previous lessons, which is some command that allows you to put the captions on fig captions, I think. Maybe it was on CSS. Maybe that's it. Image caption. I think that's. I'm not sure if it's on CSS or HTML. But anyway. Now 6, I should see an element with a corresponding ID. Tribute info, which contains textual content describing the subject of the tribute page. So maybe it's on another div, this one. Yeah. Or maybe a section. And let's do a different div. Tribute info, which contains textual content describing subject. You should see an A element with a corresponding ID attribute link, which links to an outside site that contains additional information about the subject of the tribute page. So probably here. href target close blank. Which links to an outside site. Must give your element an attribute of target set it to blank in order for each link. Yeah, now 8. The image element should responsibly resize relative to the width of its parent element, without exceeding its original size. The image element should responsibly resize relative to the width of its parent element, without exceeding its original size. So, in relationship to image div, I think. You should resize. But I don't remember exactly how to do this. I know it's media, at media, then it has the symbols, and probably width, but how to do it in relationship to the parent one, I don't remember. The image element should be centered within its parent element. But I don't remember exactly which one also. They are all so similar, which is confusing. Justify content, align items, this type of thing. You can build your project by forking this CodePen, or you can use this CDN link to run the tests in an environment you like. Once you're done, submit the URL of your project with all its tests passing. So I can do it here also. Select the project you would like to complete from the drop-down menu. Where? Oh, here. Click Run Test button. So I think I can do this here, or do it on the VS Code and link here and test it here. It's not working. Maybe it's this last dot here. What the fuck is this? God damn. So I think I'm gonna do this here. For now the test suite only work in Chrome. Please read the README below in the GS editor before beginning. Feel free to delete this message once you have read it. Good luck and happy coding. So I think I'm gonna copy this stuff in Sphere. but it is not showing anything. So it's not supposed to show that. Oh yeah, because I don't have it. I don't have any images, but it's supposed to show the a listed texts that I have here. Let's add the media thing on CSS. So I forgot the specifications of the image. The image element should be responsibly resized. The image element should be centered within its parent element. So what's the idea of the image? Is image. Justify contents. And then add media image. Did you give size specification of size? The image element should be responsibly resized relative to the width of its parent element, without exceeding its original size. With auto, maybe. But I'm not sure if this is gonna be responsibly, it's gonna be integrated with the parent size. Yeah, still the same thing. And the main is the ID title here. Just a div with image div is here. User story for with the image div element. I should see an image element with corresponding ID image, which is here. Image div element, I should see an element with corresponding ID image caption. It contains textual content describing the image shown in, so maybe I need to write something here. Image of normal. Thanks, man, for the encouragement. Maybe I'll copy this description here. Yes. Now it's showing something. Let me search this title tag to see why it's not showing up. think that's just the title of the document and it doesn't show on the page necessarily. It finds the title of the document. The title must be text only. As is shown in the browser's title bar. Oh, so the title goes up here, I think. Already closed this. Oh. Yeah. I think that's the title here. FCC was on top. So what else do I need? Div element with corresponding ID image div. Image within image div element image ID image. I already have that. Image caption. In the image div element, I should see an element with corresponding ID image caption that contains textual content describing the image shown in image div. Let me search figure caption, fig caption, to make sure that's correct. Use a figure element to mark up a photo in a document. And the fig caption element should define a caption for the photo. Oh, so I should wrap it in figure. This here. I think that's correct. No. Maybe I should run tests. Yeah. So there's 3 left to go. Should see. I think that was 5, right? Image caption. Then I should see an element with corresponding ID attribute info, which contains textual content describing the subject of the attribute page. But this is not showing. Oh no, it's showing underneath here. So 7 is the one I stopped. Should see an A element with a corresponding ID attribute link. Oh, I forgot the ID here. ID attribute link. And I spelled target wrong. So there should be just one left, I think. The image element should be responsibly resize relative to the width of its parent element without exceeding its original size. Probably that's what's wrong. The last one. So I think I'm gonna search this on DuckDuckGo. The image element should be centered within its parent element. The image element should be centered within its parent element. Yeah, I don't remember how to do this. I know it's media, and then the difference between these ones I still don't understand. It feels like it's all the same thing to me. Align items and align content, justify content. Maybe let's run. Yeah, so these are the ones I think that are wrong. Text align center. Let's try align content instead of justify. Didn't change anything. So this person is having the same problem as me. Yeah, that's a good idea. Specify the div image first, which is the div that the image is on. With 100%. Display block, filter grayscale. I don't think these margins are necessary. And I don't know about this display block also. Let me think about this. Maybe if I use display grid. And I put it grid. I forgot how it's written. Yeah, but that's not gonna make the image resize. Maybe it will. Mid column. There was something more here. With template column, I think. Column. Alt. Maybe this will do. No. Maybe 100% here. No. Now try the block display. Like the other people are doing. This filter grayscale I didn't use. Maybe max width. So what is it asking again? The image element should be responsibly resized relative to the width of its parent element, without exceeding its original size. The image element should be centered within its parent element. So maybe if I put display flex instead here, display flex and then flex direction. In center. No, still this 2. Maybe it wasn't text direction. Maybe it's because I didn't put any image, so it doesn't have any size there. Let's try this code here. The image. Max width, display block. Let me search this. Let me delete this this media stuff here. Oh, so it's just the media, the problem. Add media. But how is centered? How is it centered if I didn't specify anything here? The values flex and line flex requires the WebKit. Property values block. Displays an element as a block element. Like P. Starts on a new line and it takes up the whole width. Displays an element as in line. Yeah, I think it's the same. Thing should display as a block and display as a flex, and then put the flex direction to flex to center. Let me take this from here and see. And display block. It doesn't work, so it has to be display block. Let me try display grid here. Grid template. No. Grid template. Auto. Okay. Autofill. I think I'm gonna research this grid stuff again, because I don't remember very well. I'm gonna watch a video about this. It's better. Maybe I'm gonna put this is unnecessary.
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I've been getting a lot of requests for a CSS grid tutorial. So in this video we're going to cover all the basics of the new CSS grid layout feature, which allows us to create two-dimensional layouts on a web page and align items in both columns and rows. All browsers now support the grid layout as of March of 2017, so let's go ahead and dive in and take a look at CSS grids. This video is sponsored by DevMountain. If you're interested in learning web development, iOS, or UX design, DevMountain is a 12-week design and development bootcamp intended to get you a full-time job in the industry. To learn more, visit devmountain.com or click the link in the description below. All right, so a lot of people are asking what the difference is between Flexbox and Grid, and I'm not going to go through the specifics of this. I don't even have enough information to do a full comparison. I will do some research and create a video on it, but basically Flexbox is for one-dimensional layouts in columns or rows, and the Grid is for two-dimensional layouts for columns and rows. So I think that this is a really nice visual representation of the difference. So one dimension versus two dimensions. So with Flexbox, we basically have some columns and they're aligned in a row. Okay, with CSS Grid, we have some columns and rows, and you can see that this column here actually has some rows on the side of it. Okay, so it's aligned with multiple rows, and it just gives you a two-dimensional effect. Now, you can achieve this kind of layout with Flexbox, but it's done in a much different way. You'll have multiple flex items with all kinds of alignments and so on. But with CSS grids, this is all one grid. Okay, you can do this just by having one grid. And I'm not going to go too much further into it than that. But just know that Flexbox is a one-dimensional layout. CSS grids is a two-dimensional layout. All right, so let's jump in here. Now I'm using the Atom text editor, and I'm using a plugin called Atom Live Server, which just allows me to run the file on my local host over here. And what I have is a folder called CSS Grid with an index.html file with just some very basic markup in it to get us started. Okay, I'm also using an Atom plugin called Emmet, which allows me to do shortcuts to quickly create div tags and other HTML elements. So you may see me use that along the way. Now, the first thing we're going to do, we're going to start off very simple, and we're going to create a layout with a main column and a sidebar. So that's something that's very simple, also very common that you see on websites and applications. So what I'll do is in the body here, we're going to create a wrapper class. Okay, now you don't have to call it wrapper. You can call it whatever you want. In fact, a lot of people will call it a grid because it is a grid container or whatever you want to call it. So inside this wrapper, we're going to have two divs, one for the main layout, one for the sidebar. So let's go ahead and create a div. And I'm going to put some text in here. Now, Atom allows me to do lorem, let's say lorem 80 tab, and that'll give us 80 words of dummy text. Okay, so I'm going to create the second div, and in here I'm going to say lorem, let's do lorem 30 tab. Okay, so this is our main column and our sidebar. So let's save that, and obviously it's just going to look, it's not going to have any alignments or anything to begin with. Now, before we get into the grid, I'm just going to add a couple of styles up here so that you can better see the outline of each column. So let's take that wrapper class, and we're going to say all the divs, all the direct divs in that wrapper. I'm just going to give a background of light gray, and I'm just going to give it a padding of 1em. Okay, so that better defines the columns. Now, I'm also going to make it so that every other element or every other div in the wrapper has a different shade of gray. Okay, so to do that, we're going to say wrapper, okay, the divs in the wrapper, and we want to grab the nth child odd. So it's going to say every other one, every odd element, and then I'm going to just give the background, we'll say DDD. All right, so now every other element is going to have a different shade of gray. So again, this has nothing to do with grids. It's just so you can better see things. So now we're going to start to work with the grid. So let's take our wrapper class, and we're going to add a display grid. Okay, just like with Flexbox, you would do display flex. We're going to do display grid and save. Now notice that we don't have any changes yet. It's not going to do anything different because we need to define the width of our columns, okay, or of the div elements. So to do that, we use grid-template-columns. All right, and let's say we want a 70% column and a 30% column, and save. And that's it. That's going to give us our main div and then our sidebar div. Now, since this is a grid, no matter how many divs we have in our wrapper, it's going to continue to follow this map, this 70%, 30%. So just to give you an example, let's copy both of these divs, and let's go ahead and paste another set in. Okay, so now we have the 4 divs. Let's save, and it's going to follow that 70%, 30% no matter what. Okay, we don't have to define rows. Okay, like in Flexbox or Bootstrap or whatever, where we define, well, I guess not Flexbox, but in a grid system like Bootstrap, we define our rows. Now we can change this to, let's say, let's do 40%, 30%. 30% and save, and that's going to split it into 3 columns, so 40%, 30%, 30%, and it's going to follow that even though we have 4 divs and we only
search how to center an image inside of it. Yeah, display block. The margin auto. How to position an image inside a div. First, all block level elements are positioned static to the document. Default positioning is static. Normally you wouldn't specify this unless you needed to override the positioning that had been previously set, relative position. If you specify position relative, then you can use the top. Can use top or bottom. Left or right, yeah. When you specify position of the elements removed from the document, place exactly where you want to tell you about which one. So maybe by position relative, you put. Yeah. Still confusing for me. This align
set three values here. It's going to
justify
continue to follow that.
content.
That's why this one here is 40. If I go and I add another div down at the bottom here, and we'll just say hello and save, it's going to follow that formula. Okay, so it's going to be 30, the next one will be 30, the next one will be 40 down here, and it's going to follow that system. All right, let me just get rid of that one. And let's just change this back to 70-30. Whoop. All right, so we have our 70-30 grid. Now, if we want to have, let's say, some spacing in between here, we don't have to manually set margin. We can add something called gap. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll say grid-column-gap, and let's set that to 1em. You can use whatever unit you want. You can use pixels, and save it, and you'll see that now we have a space here. Now, this is the column gap, so it's separating the columns. If you want to separate it this way, then that's a row. So we would say grid-row-gap and set that to 1em. Okay, so now we have that spacing. Now, if you're going to use the same spacing here, which you probably often will, you can actually cancel this out, and you can just do grid gap. Okay, we'll do grid gap 1em, and then what I'll do is just comment these out. I'm going to keep them there so that you guys have them, and save, and you'll see it gives us the same effect. All right, so this is very, very basic. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another file. I'm just going to call it index2.html. Okay, because we're going to create a couple files. I want you guys to have this as a reference, and I don't want to change it up too much, so I'm going to just create another file. Okay, so let's go ahead and put some structure in here. Just get rid of this stuff. We don't need that. And we'll say CSS grid, and we'll put our style tags in here. All right, so what I'm going to do now is let's create a wrapper. So we'll say wrapper, and these are going to be, we're not going to put as much content. So let's put a div, and let's just say lorem 4. Okay, so just a couple words, and then I'm just going to copy that, and we'll paste a bunch in. Okay, and then I'm going to grab from index.html this stuff just so you can see, again, so we can add the background and stuff. Okay, and then let's go to /index2.html. Let's see, I save that. There we go. All right, so we haven't done anything with the grid yet. So let's go up here and let's say wrapper, and let's do display grid, and then again we're going to do our template columns. So we want to do grid template columns, and now instead of doing percents, there's actually a different unit we can use, and that's fractions. So let's say we want to do 1fr, 1fr, 1fr. Okay, and then we'll save that, and that's going to split it into fractions. So since we have 3 of these, it's going to be 3 columns. Now, if we wanted, for instance, this middle one to be bigger than these other 2, what we could do is we could say 2fr, save it, and now you can see that one's bigger. Now, it's recommended to use the FR over percentages or pixels. Again, you can use, I don't know if I said this, but you can also use pixels here or any unit. But the fractional, I think it's called, is the recommended, because when you start to use percentages, you're going to run into issues with margin and padding, especially when you get into nesting and so on. So you want to stick to these fractionals. Now, if we were to have, 3 1FRs, we can actually create a shorter syntax for this. Especially, imagine if we had, 12 of these. So what we could do is, let's take our grid template columns, and instead of putting 3 separate ones, we can actually say repeat. And then here, we can say, let's repeat 3 times 1FR. Save that, and there we go. If we wanted to do 4 FRs, so 4 columns, we could do that as well. Now, we don't have to just do 1 FR here. Let's say we wanted a combination of 1 and 2, so 1, 2, 1, 2. Then we could do 1 FR, 2 FR, and we'll say repeat that, and now it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and it'll keep going like that 4 times.
I think that's going to be useful for this site I'm building. And now I have to post this link here. Do the collapse. These ones are from the beginning lessons. I think it's input, then type, and checkbox. What's the name of this one? This one is checkbox, and this one something with an R, I think. Radios? No, something like that. Use HTML, JavaScript, and CSS to complete this project. Plain CSS is recommended because that is what the lessons have covered so far, and you should get some practice with plain CSS. You can use Bootstrap or Sass if you choose. Same message from the first one. Let me... Okay, so this is... No. This is better. And close this one. Same message. Let me see if... Yeah. So... Why is it not going? That's weird. Why is not... I think I'm gonna try to type it in. I can copy from VS Code, but I don't think it's main. Then there's something about the meta chart set. Chart sets. No. Yeah, I don't remember. Meta chart sets. Viewport content. Yeah. No. Oh, that's right. In viewport content with char set. It's HTML instead of main. Here. Then this stuff is inside the head. And title, forgot those. These metas are like this. Doc type HTML. Link. I think this is it. Then there's the body after the head. Did I forget anything? I don't think so. Yeah. You can see a title with ID equals title, and H1 sized text. It's a short explanation with ID equals description in p-sized text. So I'm assuming this is in the head. Maybe it's in the body. Short description. It's not showing, then I think it's in the body. Short explanation. Oh no, it's here, showing here. This is the server form. It's a form with ID equals server form. Oh. Inside the form element, I am required to enter my name in a field with ID equals name. So this should be input equals name ID equals name. I think that's, if I remember this, that's how it's supposed to be. Inside the form element, I'm required to enter my name in a field with ID name. Inside the form element, I'm required to enter an email in a field with ID equals email. So maybe it's separated. I don't remember exactly how it works. I think this is actually like this. And this stuff is supposed to be in the middle. And there is the type equals name. And input is actually another input. Or maybe it doesn't have a description. No, input is like checkbox or button, I think. No, shouldn't be checkbox. I forgot. Let me copy this and put another one. I'm required to enter an email in the field with ID email. The email. Maybe the input is email. Here. And here's name. And the type is different. If I enter an email that is not formatted correctly, I will see an HTML file validation error. Yeah, I forgot all of this stuff from the beginning. Inside the form, I can enter a number in a field with ID equal number. If I enter no numbers, validation error. If I enter numbers outside the range of the number input, which are defined by the min and max attributes, I will see an HTML file error. For the name, email, and number input fields inside the form, I can see corresponding labels that describe the purpose of each field with the following IDs. ID equal name label, ID equal email label, ID equal number label. You can see corresponding labels. Don't remember if the label is inside or outside the input. I think it's inside. Outside. For the name, email, and number input fields, I can see placeholder text that gives me a description or instructions for each field. For the name, email, and number input fields, so that's the placeholder thing that I also saw, but I don't remember. Inside the form element, I can select an option from dropdown that has a corresponding ID equal dropdown. I don't remember seeing this thing. Inside the form element, I can select a field from one or more groups of radio buttons. Yeah, so the type is radio. Type is radio or checkbox. Maybe here should be name, email, and number. So at least 4 I got right. It's probably the title, the description, this one. So 2 of these are wrong, I think. Inside the form element, I can select a field from one or more groups of radio buttons. Each group should be grouped using the name attribute. Each group should be grouped using the name attribute. Inside the form element, I can select several fields from a series of checkboxes, each of which must have a value attribute. Inside the form element, I'm presented with a text area at the end for additional comments. Inside the form element, I'm presented with a button with ID equals submit to submit all my inputs. So this is easy, I think. This button, ID equals submit. Yeah, this one is correct. You can build a project by forking. Okay. So I need to search input format HTML. The form, then the label. So the label comes first. Let's put, so each one has a label first. I understand this correctly. the description. And the ID, each of them has an ID, I think. You can see corresponding labels that describe the purpose of each field, the phone's ID. So this is for the name. Email, and then for the name, email, and number input fields, I can see a placeholder text that gives me a description or instructions for each field. Let me close this window. So let me go from the beginning again. So the title, I think is done. Title, description, I think it's correct also. Then the form with ID server form. Should enter my name in a field with ID equal name. So I think this might type equals text. Okay, here. Let's see. No. Just 5. So these 3 are wrong, apparently. Maybe the labels are wrong also. And this button, I'm not sure if it's a button or submit or input. What's the difference between? So with button you can put an image, no input you can't. We're going to add an image to a button tag. Let me see if I type text, type email, type number. Maybe it's the input that's wrong. We shouldn't put this equal here. That's what's wrong. Okay, so at least one of this is right. The other two are wrong. This is probably the one that's right. Type equals email. Maybe I need to put the name there. Like this one here. Let's search for the specific. Maybe this is name instead of text. So this is the one that's right. Label for name. Input name equal name, ID name. No. Input type equal email, ID equal email, name equal email. I think it's right. Everything seemed right. Let me change something and see if... No, it doesn't change anything. Oh no, I think it's right, this one. So it must be the other things that are wrong. Type number, name number. Yeah, I think it's correct. And then the pattern is gonna be the restrictions. Inside the form element, I'm required to enter an email in field with the equal. If I enter an email that is not formatted correctly, I will see an HTML file validation error. So I think this is the pattern thing. No. Required, that's the thing. I think. Oh. I was typing on the label, not the inputs. Yeah, now it's done. Inside the form, I can enter a number in the field with ID number. If I enter no numbers in the number input, I will see. Maybe it's the required also. If I enter numbers outside the range of the number input, which are defined by the min and max attributes, I will see a HTML. If I enter numbers outside the range of the number input, maybe I'll put min equal 0, max equal 40. And then I'll put required after this. For the name, email, and number input fields inside the form, I can see corresponding labels that describe the purpose of each field with the following IDs. So maybe I should put the description here. Sure. Name, email, number. I forgot how to do the placeholder as well. It's basically almost impossible to remember all these things. Maybe with practice I will remember. So I think it should be the same format. For the name, email and numbers, no. I can see for the name, email and number input fields, I can see the placeholders. Is the placeholder text that gives me a description or instructions for each field. So placeholder your name, placeholder equals email address. And here should be number from 0 to 4. But why doesn't it show the full thing? Inside the form element, I can select an option from a drop-down that has a corresponding ID equal drop-down. And select an option from a drop-down. What is a drop-down? But separated from the options that I have. Drop down, forms, this thing. Drop-down lists is another way to give the user the opportunity to choose just one of the series of choices. When would you use the drop-down list? As the first item on the list is normally the default choice. Using the drop-down list can be a good choice when you know that a specific option is often chosen without other options. The drop-down list should only be used when the user has to choose between the options. The drop-down list does not give the user opportunity not to choose anything, such as radio buttons do. Drop-down lists are defined by the select element and the values being sent to either via email or to your database are defined by the value attributes. So I should put a select here, but I'm not sure if it encapsulates all the options. Probably not. It's probably separated from the other options. Inside the form element, I can select an option from a top-down. From a drop-down that has a corresponding ID equal drop-down. Inside the form element, I can select a field from one or more groups of radio buttons. Each group should be grouped using the name attribute. I can select a field from one or more groups of radio buttons. So input and type radio. Each group should be grouped using the name attribute. So I guess that's what's telling me to do. Something like this. Maybe it's outside of the select. Inside the form element, I can select an option from a drop-down as a corresponding ID equal drop-down. So this should be inside of the form, which it is. I think this should be outside of this select. Form element, I can select an option from a drop-down that has a corresponding ID equal drop-down. Inside the form element, I can select a field from one or more groups of radio buttons. Each group. Inside the form element, I can select a field from one or more groups of radio buttons. Each group should be grouped using the name attributes. Inside the form element, I select several fields from a series of checkboxes, each of which must have a value attribute. So it's gonna be the same thing, I think. The checkbox instead. Value. But I don't know what exactly goes into this value attribute. So the form element I'm presented with a text area at the end for additional comments. So maybe it's just but what's the difference in here? Text area at the end for additional comments. So the form element I'm presented with text area at the end for. I don't see what's wrong with this one. Maybe I'll need to put labels also if I wanted to make it organized. But it didn't ask me to, so I don't think it's necessary for this specific challenge. Inside the form element, I'm presented with a button with ID equals submit to submit all my inputs. I think I put this outside and it's supposed to be inside the form element. Yeah. Can build, blah blah blah. Only 11, right? How can I see what's wrong? The title should be in H1 sized text. So the ID name is wrong. The input field should be required. So the name is wrong, email is right, the validation is right. Number is also right. The label is right. The radio is wrong. Radio buttons. All your radio buttons must have a value attribute expected for to equal 0. So the buttons, it's right. Inside the form element represented with a text area should be at least one text area expected. 0 should be at least 1. So text area. Maybe that's and it's not an input. I was putting the text area here. Presented with a text area at the end for additional comments. Then we go back to this. This should have a value, I think. Yeah, that's correct. This drop down, I don't know. The title should be on H1, which I thought it was, and it isn't. Maybe the brackets come outside of the title. Like here. No, still the same. So let me look. You can see a title with ID with ID equals title. H1 size text. So why isn't in H1? How to make Netaro H1 size. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay. It doesn't have closing brackets. No, it has closing brackets. I can't see why this is wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Let's see this again. You can set title with ID title. It's here. And H1 sized text. Oh, so the required is also missing from the name here. And I didn't know it was asking to be required. And here, where is this? Here. Let's try like this, see if it works. No, so just the name worked. Maybe it's asking to put a title inside of the form. That's what I'm getting wrong. It's a title with ID equals title and H1 size the text. Then we try to put it outside then. And the body here. No, still same thing. I'm gonna DuckDuckGo with this one. Because I can't see how this is wrong. Formatting the heading tag with CSS, because heading H1 to H6 tags all include a line break and also margins. You need to add CSS code to remove the margins and the following to your template CSS file format. Wow, so this is a lot better than mine. So she did it on CSS. Maybe that's the only way. How do you put? Maybe you should just put a break code to put one in the bottom of the other, instead of mine that there is one on the side, everything on the side. Just divide by div, the way she did it. So let me try this on CSS. Title, text. Oh, I forgot. That's text style she did. Text format. Equal auto. Something like this. Text size equal auto. Text size equal auto. Let me take this out here. No, still text size equal h1 maybe. No. Which means you need, oh, so maybe the attribute is inside the h1 and not the title. Oh, maybe that's what's wrong. That's how it says, maybe. No, still 13. That's weird. It's a title with ID equals title in h1 sized text. Let's see if is this, yeah. There should be an element with ID equal title. So weird. Let's see the other ones that I got it wrong. Try to fix them before. Set the form element and select an option from a drop down. Select should contain at least 2 selectable options. Expect the 0 to be at least true. Let me search this one. So I'm gonna try to fix this drop down first. How do I put options here? Maybe it's just like option 1. Option and then value. Oh, I think I saw this, but I didn't remember. An option, value, put 1. That's true. Yeah. Okay, so this one is right. No. Let's see the other ones. Inside the form element, I can select a field from one or more groups of radio buttons. Each group should be grouped using the name attribute. Each radio button must have a value attribute. So we didn't put the value attribute. Inside the element, I'm presented with a text area. So I think here should put value. So I think the name and value doesn't matter that much. Radio buttons are normally presented in radio groups, a collection of radio buttons describe a set of related options. Only one radio button in a group can be selected at the same time. Maybe the label, but it didn't ask for a label. So. Note, the radio group must have shared the same name. The value of the name attribute should be treated as a group. Once the radio group is created, selecting. Oh, so. Yeah, that's the problem. I didn't put the name here to group them. And that's why the name matters. Okay, now just the text area and the H1 left, I think. It has to be inside the form or not? The form. Inside the form element, I'm presented with a text area, which is before the button. Yeah. So why it's written button here? It has ID, name, rows, and columns. Columns, rows, 50. Calls 50. So here input 50. Additional comments. And then it has a closing tab. Now I think it's correct. Yeah, so just the H1 left. She didn't change the h1 equals id. Oh, so I have to add it here too, in the middle of on the body of the thing. And delete it from here. There you go. That's what was wrong. Okay, next one. Maybe I'm gonna put some divs here, just to separate the things. Or put a break between them, line break. Let's see if it changes. Because I want one in the bottom of everything. And then I'm gonna put a div here. Slash div. And another div to separate the inputs. And now I think it's a lot better. So these additional comments. I think I'm gonna put on the same div additional comments and text error, but I'm gonna separate them with a break here. There we go. Now looks a lot better. And then if I wanted, I could separate the margins and stuff to make it look better, and put the names and all of that. But I don't think it's necessary. Build a product landing page. So let's close this one. Let's open here a new one. Once you're done, I guess it's the same thing as the other ones, just different requirements. My product landing page should have a header element with a corresponding ID header. Where's the format? Other projects will give you a chance to work with different technology. You can see an image with the header element with corresponding the header image. Company logo would make a good image here. Maybe I should be building this actually as if it was a page and not just filling up on the requirements. Filling up the requirements. Within the header element, I can see a nav element with corresponding ID equals navbar. The header element is a nav element. You see at least 3 clickable elements beside the nav element, each with the class nav link. When I click a nav link button in the nav element, I am taken to the corresponding section of the landing page. So this is the stuff to link things inside of the page. Which I think I saw on one of those challenges, but I don't remember very well. I can watch an embedded product video with ID equal video. I also don't remember how to do this. I know that on the media I can do animations, right? Media query. But I don't remember, maybe it's input and then type video. My landing page has a form element with corresponding form. In the form there is an input with email. Image as a placeholder and uses validation. Why it's not going? There we go. So I think this part is unnecessary for this code, from what I read on the comment of the other guy in the other site answering the question for that woman. Let me put my phone on charger. So the first thing you need is the header. See an image within the header, then the image. Header image. Let's go in company logo. Okay, the image is done. Within the header element, I can see a nav element with a corresponding dnav bar. So nav. Nav comes from navigation, right? So I don't remember exactly what's the purpose of that. Yeah, represents navigation for a document. So this is the links to the other documents of the element. Okay. I can see at least 3 clickable elements inside the nav element, each with the class nav link. So I think I remember this command here. No, it wasn't like this. There was a shortcut, right? Oh, that's it. That's the shortcut. So Lee times 3. No, it's not gonna work on this. This how can I say the name of this platform? So each of these should be a link. These 3 clickable elements inside the nav element, each with the class nav link. So nav/link. When I click nav link button in the nav element, I am taken to the corresponding section of the landing page. So each of these should be a link. How to put links. That send different parts of the same page. It's probably a better way to phrase this. Just going to put nav link to nav link to. I know A, if you type A is the link. Oh, it's hashtag. Href top. Yeah. Hashtag top. There we go. There we go. So now let's put I wonder if this hashtag is only for specific names or yeah, doesn't go anywhere when they put middle. And bottom's already at the bottom, so and take it to the corresponding section of the landing page. Oh, maybe by class also. I can type the name of the class here and probably goes. I can watch an embedded product video with a ID equals video. So I think this is gonna be in the body. Body / body. Oh. So here I think I'm gonna try to do input type equal video, ID equal video, name equal video. But they don't work, so not sure if that's the way. Embedded product video with ID for video. I'll look at this later, I think. Then my landing page has a form. Form. With ID equal form. Within the form there is an input field for email. Maybe let's put label for equals email, and then / label, and input type equals email, ID equals email, name equals email, placeholder equals insert your full email, and then required. Nice. The email should have placeholder be valid. Within the form there is a submit input with a corresponding ID. Submit input. Within the form there is a submit input. So input type equals submit, ID equals submit, I think. Yeah. Here. When I click submit element, the email is submitted to a static page. Use this mock. Here. When I click the submit element, the email is submitted to a static page. So maybe that's a value here. I have a feeling this might be wrong. Let's try to finish the other ones and then we'll see. The navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. Navbar should always be at the top. So display Display fixed. What's the ID? Hashtag navbar. Display fixed. Or absolute and then top. Yeah, this is wrong, you can tell. Let me delete this. And I think here, put absolute and then top. %. No, this is also wrong. Display flex. No. It's in the top of my mind, but I forgot. How do I put this at the top? Position. Absolute. Maybe it's position fixed. Or maybe display flex. No. Position absolute. I just messed up. The things. So I don't think it's display flex. Position absolute, then top. Or position fixed, top 100%. And now I think it's at the top of the page. But top auto. Or maybe just position fixed. I'm not sure about this. My product landing page should have at least one. The navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. My product landing page should have at least one media query. The navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. How to fix an element at the top of the viewport. Search this later. And then should have at least one media query. I don't remember very well how to use media query. My product landing page should utilize CSS Flexbox at least once. Can build Can be their project now. So maybe it's display flags here. Let's put this image in display flags also. Maybe flex box here instead. No. A clean solution would be to place the image inside an element with overflow auto. For height of the parent element, you could use calc. And this is other stuff. It turns out this ancestor had CSS transform applied, which resulted in it being the element in question, containing block, which means that the fixed position element's positioning is relative to these elements. For elements whose layout is governed by the CSS box model, any value other than none for the transform property also causes the element to establish a containing block for all descendants. This padding box will be used to lay out for all its absolute position descendants, fixed position descendants, and descendant fixed background attachments. How to create fixed navigation bar. So this CSS I still don't understand. Let me create another file here just so I see the suggestions. There's a class. Run ID. Flex direction. Flex wrap. Flex growth. Column reverse. Row and yard. Issue. And how do I center this? In Flex. Flex wrap, maybe. Or maybe just flex. I know I just saw this, but don't remember. Anyway. What? Just true? This is weird. True or so? Oh no, server farm. The wrong test, yeah. Once more. Makes more sense. Fixed never. Position equal fixed. True was what I did here. Email bar position equals fixed. Top 0, left 0. Oh. So let me take off this display. I wonder how do I know? Oh, here it is. How do I know exactly where are the positions of the pages? No. Should the right be 1 and 1? If I want to put them on the right corner. Z index width 100%, height 50 pixels. Yeah, I don't think the other ones are necessary. Height 50 pixels. Although I don't think it's necessary as well. Yeah, there we go. So which ones? The media query is also wrong. That's one. No, and this display flex also. Flex content. Maybe I'll use flex for the ID, for the form. And this one doesn't exist also. Don't remember if there's flex content. Yeah, it's flex direction but not flex content. Wrap reverse. I'm gonna have to look at this flex box again to try to understand. Navbar should always, my product landing page should have at least one media query. My product landing page should utilize CSS Flexbox at least once. Maybe on the media I'll change the size of the image. And the header image. Forward media is, let me see, media query CSS structure. This I can close. I think these ones are all right. The video one is wrong, so here, input type video. Maybe the video is on, you can only put on media query. Yeah, max width. Media query. Max width. 500 pixels. Now I think it is gonna change. Let me do one by height because I wanna see if it changes. Yeah, there we go. Nice. It still gives me 15 ROM. Maybe flex direction row. No. Okay, let's search for how to put a video. Oh, it's just video. Forgot the name. Brackets. It's not brackets. Less than, more than video. Like this, I think. I can watch an embedded product video with ID equals video. ID equals video. But where is the video? Maybe you put the link inside here. If I put the link, then it's gonna show. Oh, here. Ah, there we go. The controls was missing. And then you put the source inside. The browser does not support the video tag. The controls attribute adds video controls, select play, pause, and pause. It's a good idea to always include width and height attributes. If height and width are not set, the page might flicker while the video is low. The source element allows you to specify alternative video files which the browser may choose from. The browser will use the first recognized format. Text between the video tags will only be displayed in browsers that do not support the video elements. But how do I specify which video that I want to show? Maybe just with the source thing. I just put the name of the file. Yeah, instead of putting movie.mp4. Okay, so far more to go. One is the CSS Flexbox, and the others, I don't know. The form I think is right, the email is right, the submit is probably right too. Navbar fixed. Yeah, just the Flexbox that I think I didn't do properly. Within the header element, I can see a nav element with a corresponding ID navbar. Oh, I typed wrong here. So that's one. Yeah. When I click a nav link button in the nav element, I'm taken to the corresponding section of the landing page. Nav link element should have an href attribute. Maybe it's a button instead of a list. Here. And then here is a button. Oh, typed wrong. Now it thinks that this stays on top. Oh no, here. I have link one, I have link. But why is not at the top? The navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. Maybe if I add the class navlink and put position fixed. Still nothing changed. Oh. Top and left. Yeah, maybe I'm just gonna Ctrl C, Ctrl V this. But it shows only one, not the other three. Maybe I need to put display flex in there. No, it doesn't change anything. Maybe display flex and then flex direction row. Row. Or column. Flex. Oh. This still looks like, it looks really bad. Let me take this off. Maybe position absolute. When I click a nav link button in the nav element, I'm taken to the corresponding section of the landing page. I don't understand this one. The product landing page should have a header element with a corresponding ID equals header. You can see an image within the header element with a corresponding ID equals header image. Company logo make it. In the header element, I can see a nav element with a corresponding ID nav bar. There's at least 3 clickable elements inside the nav element. Each with the class nav link. You can see at least 3 clickable elements inside the nav element. When I click nav link button in the nav element, I'm taken to the corresponding section of the landing page. Let me try to put a class here instead of putting top, bottom, this other stuff. Maybe hashtag video, hashtag form, and hashtag submit button. Video, still wrong. Maybe the href is inside the... No, that doesn't make sense. Let's try the other ones and then I leave this one for the last. When I click the submit element, the email is submitted to a static page. Oh, this one I didn't do also. Let's search for this one. Submit element. The navbar should always be at the top of the viewport. So this is also wrong. Heather or one of its children should be at the top of the viewport. What if I change to header here instead of navbar? Submit element HTML. The form handler is typically a server page with a script for processing the input data. Form handler is specified in the form's action attribute. How to link a submit element to websites. When you click submit element, the email is submitted to a static page. How to submit an email to a page. I think this is the one. This one has the answer probably. My send an email button doesn't work. Here's my result. Input submit value, submit email to href. Maybe if I put the A inside of the submit, there are several ways to do an email from HTML. Typically you see people doing it like so. But if you're doing it from a button, you may want to look into a JavaScript solution. Maybe if I put inside, where's the here? So if I put A href. And then the sites. Maybe if I close here. Oh, now the farm is gone. Yeah, so I don't think I can do this here. Oh, what's wrong? 14. And put here position absolute. Maybe position relative is better. And then bottom 0. I'm not sure if it's gonna put that on the bottom. Maybe bottom 100. Maybe pixels. Oh yeah. So 0 pixels, just go here. Minus 10. Minus 100 pixels. Yeah. What else is wrong here? Submit button automatically submits a form on click. Using HTML forms, you can easily take user input, form, tag, blah blah. You can try to run the following code to link a submit button to another web page. Maybe the value is in the email. And you need to place the value on the email thing. What's this? Oh, it's the page I opened before. When I click the submit element, the email is submitted to a static page. Use this mock. So I think it might be here. Maybe that's... No. That changed the placeholder for some reason. Oh, it's because this specifies the value inside of the thing. So that's not it. So it has to be here. But I think I already tried this one. It didn't work. Yeah. Maybe if I just put the link here, href. Still doesn't work. I think I'm gonna copy this question and try to search it this way. Close this. Maybe it's in the form then that I need to change. No, that's not the same thing, I think. Now close this one. Yeah, this is the one that I tried. In your form area of the HTML, put this input type hidden. Name redirect value. Got that. Header position fixed. Also use the same code as I did. I wonder why mine is not showing up here. That's the thing. The image shows up first. Maybe it's the Z index that I need to put. But now it blocks the image. The video is on the header also. Oh, the image is on the header. That's why it's on top. Nine and doesn't have pixels here. Maybe make this image smaller, I think. Didn't change the size. So it did change the size. Just because of the media there. Let's leave this 200, 700. Yeah, so he used classes here. Identify. Okay, so this one is correct on mine. And what I was searching for? Oh, the submit problem. Button class equals button. Input type submit, ID submit as button like. Line 68 of the HTML file, you're missing the name attribute. I think that is the problem. Line 68 here. I think it's this one. Input type email name. Don't understand. Did I put the name attribute here? Name equals email. It's probably not gonna change anything because yeah. Hey man, it's tough. I'm breaking my head here. On the product landing page of FreeCodeCamp, I don't know how to put the submit button on the... I kind of don't understand what it is asking actually. Yeah, of course, if you know how to do it. Is when I click the submit element, the email is submitted to a static page. Use this mock URL. So I don't understand if it's asking me to code it in a way that when the user submits the email, it goes to this. The user goes to this URL, or the code sends the email to this URL, but the user stays on the same page. Or it's kind of confusing for me. I think here Input type hidden, name redirect. There's a default form action in HTML. There's default form action in HTML that will send form results to a URL, so you need to have an action statement. Start your first form tag. Oh, so it's on the form tag. I think I saw this previously on one of these answers. Like here, action, and then I put the URL. Like this. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, that was the problem. Now it looks like it's right. So there's one left. That should work. Yeah, it worked. Do you know if I need to style this page, like make it really professional, or thank you for following, man. Do you know if I need to style this page, or there isn't a problem if because all the other guys that I saw, they have a really good page like this one. It looks really professional and stuff. Yeah, I'm just doing like what they say is necessary, but I'm not really sure if it shows on the portfolio later. Maybe it doesn't matter, right? Because I think I know how to do it, but it's just gonna take a lot more time to do it like this. And I wanna go through all the challenges, and I kinda wanna learn JavaScript also. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna make what's necessary to pass and go as fast as I can go, so I can get to the JavaScript part. So I can close this, and let me see what's left. When I click the nav link button in the nav element, I'm taken to the corresponding section of the landing page. To be honest, for portfolio pieces, once you get into JavaScript and frameworks and libraries, you're not gonna have static HTML, CSS sites on the portfolio. Yeah, I guess, but I think it's good. It's a good kind of preparation, probably, because I think JavaScript might be harder and the other languages might be harder. So at least from what I know, from what I saw in the internet, people told me to do like this. First CSS, then HTML, then JavaScript. And I learned a little bit of Python too, but not a lot. So I'm gonna click a nav link button in the nav element. Oh yeah, I thought you meant like putting this on the portfolio to show off. You need to know HTML and CSS. Yeah, I kind of mean it like that, but I mean just to have it to show the progression, but not necessarily to show someone for them to hire me or something like that. I think it's good to have it just to show how I learned and what kind of stuff I've built. But I don't expect them to look at that and use that as a reason to hire or not, you know. Need to know HTML and CSS. Yeah. When I click a nav link button in the nav element, I'm taken to the corresponding section of the landing page. Click on nav link button. So this I thought I did it right. So this one. Then you click on nav link elements. And take to the corresponding section of the landing page. Then I click on the link button, the nav element, I'm taken to the corresponding. So this one I tried from. Let me change. Oh shit! What happened? I think I pressed F11. My mistake. Let me change it to a list again instead of a button. See if it works. So what I would recommend: HTML, CSS. Make sure you know Flexbox with CSS, then go on to JS, be able to do mathematical operations, loops and conditionals. Then from there, make sure you know how to work with arrays and objects and how to get into them using dot notation and bracket notation. Then go into advanced array methods, filter, map, includes, reduce. Then from there, start learning React. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, man. And I'm really confused about this Flexbox thing, and I think I'm gonna have to watch a bunch of videos until I finally get it, because it feels very intuitive, and I know the logic behind it, but to know when to use one or the other is kind of it's really hard for me. Like align content and justify content. To me, it feels like it's all the same thing, but apparently there are a lot of differences. Flexbox Froggy. Let me click this link that you actually go to there because I'm on laptop. And now it shows up there's two on, so I guess it's bottom here. Then we go to this link. Flexbox Froggy.com. Thank you for sharing these websites. CSS, a guide to Flexbox. Welcome to Flexbox Froggy, a game where you help Froggy and friends by writing CSS code. By using the justify content property to align it. Okay. Flex start. I guess I will have to do like a bunch of this, a bunch of days in a row, until my brain finally remembers everything, exactly how to do it. Let me change this again to button. No. What's wrong with this one? Cannot. So now it's giving me two again. Yeah, Flex is a pain to get your head around. You have a rug tag on line 8. Line 8. What is rug? English is not my main language, so let me search this. The translation doesn't make a lot of sense. It's vampire. You have a tag after button class that shouldn't be there. Let me see. Oh, here. Oh yeah. No. Wait. Line 8 here. Oh, here. And here too. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what's wrong. So yeah, thank you. Now the only thing left is to understand how to use these buttons to send to another part of the same page. Complete guide to Flexbox. Properties for the parent. Complete Flex container. Next direction. Flex string. Flex basics. Yeah, I'll have to look at this stuff when I'm rested another day. Because now I've been going for hours. Yeah, 5 hours now. Should be a button, I don't think. I think it should be a UL with this in it, and you set the href true. Href, hashtag ID of the element. Yeah, that's what I saw on a web page or tutorials. But I think when I changed it here for actually, it gave me wrong again. Gave me 14 wrong. 14 right and 2 wrong. Let's see, because these are probably a hashtag video. There's the video here, the ID video, then the form, the ID form, and submit with the ID submit. Yeah, still gives me wrong. So maybe if I change these hashtags here and I try to send it to somewhere else in the page. Like header, I'll leave form, and then staff submits. Yeah, there's no other IDs I can. Might not even need to be inside of these, might just need a tags. Might not even need to be inside of this. Oh, you mean so the thing isn't necessary? Let's try this. Maybe it's the way I'm putting the link also. And then put the class inside the link. Maybe like this, it works. True, true. Yes, there we go. Nice. But I wonder why the Lee was giving a problem. But this is probably something very difficult to search for. Maybe the leak can be inside of the H instead of outside. Let me see if I do it like this. Also, the tests are looking for specific things, and if they are outside of what it is wanting, it's going to fail. Yeah, that makes sense too. So it might work on VSS. Oh, now it works. I think it's just the formatting of this thing. Like, if you put the Lee outside, for some reason, it doesn't recognize the link. So yeah, let's go to the next one. I think I'm gonna watch a video actually and eat some stuff because I'm kind of tired already and my brain is not working properly anymore. This is gonna be build a technical document page. Okay. My favorite part of web dev is the JavaScript part. Yeah, I never got to that part. So far I just did CSS and HTML. And I don't know, it doesn't seem that hard, but it's very confusing and takes time to kind of adapt. But I think software is gonna be more fun than web development. There's probably more applications, more real life applications. I think today software, most people use already pre-made stuff, like those platforms, WordPress and all of these kind of websites, Wix. They already have a bunch of built-in things and you don't necessarily need to code everything. Web apps are more used than native apps. Yeah. But can you build? I guess you can with JavaScript, right? A lot of your mobile apps and desktop apps are essentially websites. Yeah, kind of makes sense actually. Discord's built on HTML. Facebook and Instagram, all this social media also. VS Code's built using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Yeah. I guess what I really want though is to have like a visualization of everything, you know, the front end, the back end, and to actually start building real things instead of just doing like exercises like this. But for that, I think you need to be very good already, right? So it's a framework called Electron that allows you to build desktop apps using web technologies. Do you have Discord? Yes, I do. I think it's point something by Discord. Point in a bunch of numbers, 0.3. I don't think I can open here. Maybe I can, it's not gonna show. Yeah. That's my Discord, so if you ever want to see the bigger picture, let me know and we can hop into a Discord call and we can answer questions and show you. Oh, of course, man, obviously. Anytime. Yeah, so I don't know, I think I'm gonna take a break now because I'm really tired now. Yeah? Have you been coding for a while? Which part do you like the most? Which language and software or web development? Yes, science. I think I got it right. Here. About 4 or 5 months at this point. JavaScript is one. Yeah, so kinda you're a little bit ahead of me. I just started, I think like a month ago. I did a course on Python, a free course on EDX, but didn't learn much, to be honest. I don't like using vanilla, HTML, and CSS. It's boring. I prefer to use Vue or React for the visual aspect. Yeah, I don't have any idea how to do this. All this other stuff so far. I think for me the cool part is actually seeing how the changes you make are changing the website, or to see the impact of the changes you're making. But the part of just writing the divs and stuff, I think is kind of boring. Don't like it that much. Just send me a message when you want to see how it all comes together, and I will share my screen and walk you through building a single page web application. Yeah, sure, man. What times are you available? I think today is gonna be tough because I'm already exhausted. So I'm probably gonna take a long time if you're explaining to me. It's gonna be difficult to follow. But any other day, I just play poker besides that, doing that. So I can play whenever I want. I can show you tomorrow, or if I'm streaming, I'll send you a link and you can pop in and we can make something. Yeah, sure. What time? What time zone are you in? I think I'll send you a message here. Just so I remember. I'm Eastern, so it's 2 p.m. for me. Right now, you're saying. So 2 hours earlier. I'm on Brazilian time. Yeah, 2 hours behind. And what time do you usually stream or log? Or are you gonna be online tomorrow? Yeah, I feel it. So I think I'll leave the... Because I wasn't gonna stream tomorrow. I was gonna just play poker, but I'll leave the Twitch open. Or maybe you can tell me when you're going live. And then I can hop in or can do... I don't know. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, man. Be right back. Yeah. I'm recording this stuff because I wanna have all recorded. So every time I'm gonna learn, I have to stream or record the Twitch. I'm not learning code outside of the stream. Because maybe in the future, if I build something cool, then people can watch the progress how I actually learn this stuff. I should have recorded from the start so I had a nice YouTube setup. Yeah. But if you're doing now, like, you gotta do what you can do right now, right? So I didn't start recording from the beginning, but almost the beginning for me. I did, I think, 2-3 courses, but it was very fast and I didn't remember a lot of stuff, so it's kind of like starting from the beginning. I've been thinking of going back and doing from the start to finish series on web development. Start in HTML, then CSS, JS, frameworks, etc. Helps with your portfolio if you have an online presence, showcasing skills. Yeah, but I think it depends on your goals too, right? Because I don't expect these types of videos to get views and stuff. If that's your goal, I think you should make like videos on topic. So videos are writing how to articles, employers like it. Yeah. Today everything is on the internet, so kinda have to. I'm working towards getting a dev job, so every bit helps. Where do you wanna get a job? Do you know already, or? I think most places they send you kind of tests and assignments as a recruiting thing. Startups would be the best fit for how I work, but I will go for whatever pays the most to start off. Yeah, I've been doing practice programming challenges for a while now. Yeah, but I think it's best to do what you like also, right? Like, if you go for just what pays more, maybe in the future it's gonna be worse. I don't know how easy it is to transition in this industry also. From backend to frontend and to... My main interest is artificial intelligence. I'm kind of worried about the progress on AI and if we're gonna be able to maintain that. No, the goal is to be full stack. Yeah. Be able to do front end and back end. Yeah, the thing is there's so many things to do also. You can basically do anything if you know how to program nowadays. I think I'm gonna grab something to eat and then I'm gonna watch this video here. Really good front end dev for how long I've been coding. You're practicing a lot? Hmm. Yeah, you too, man. I see you around. Send me a message, and if you wanna do that, when you wanna do it, I'm up for it. You'll be right back, and so I've been going for 6 hours now. Alright, so I think I'm gonna watch this video.
One FR, we'll do 3 columns like that. Now we can add our gap if we want. So let's say grid gap, say 1M, and it's going to separate them out. So now let's talk about height. So by default, if we were to, actually, first let's just deal
Forgot to change the screen.
with fixed heights. So to do that, let's do grid-auto-rows, and we're going to set this to, let's say, 100 pixels. Save, and now they're all going to be 100 pixels high, okay, which is really helpful. When you're dealing with regular CSS and you want to deal with alignments and heights, and it can get a little messy. Okay, so this really makes it simple. Now, if I were to add more content to one of these, let's take this second one here, and let's say lorem 40 tab and save, you'll see that it's going to go outside of it. This is going to stick it at 100 pixels no matter what. Now, if we want to make this flexible, what we can do is, let's see, I'm going to comment this out because I want you guys to have, if I don't want to be changing everything, I want you guys to have, the incremental changes in these files. So let's say grid auto rows, and what we can do is we can set min max. All right, and we're going to say we want these to be 100 pixels and auto. So this is going to, if I save it, it's actually going to stretch out to fill the content. It's going to be 100 pixels by default, but if our content goes beyond that 100 pixels, then it's going to follow it. Okay, it's going to stretch basically, and it's only going to be for this particular row. These ones you can see are going to stay at 100. Now, if this one here happened to fall up here, like if I said repeat 4 and save, that one is now going to stretch because it's on the same row as that. Okay, I'm going to put that back to 3. Okay, so just remember, if you want your height to be flexible, then and you want it to have an initial, 100 pixels or whatever it may be, then you want to use this min-max function. All right, so now let's talk about nesting grids or subgrids. So we're going to go to, let's see, we'll go to the third one here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this particular div a class of nested. Okay, and then we'll put a div in here, and we'll just say lorem. We'll make it really short. Okay, and then let's just copy that, and we'll do 3 of these. So let's save that. By default, it's just going to look like this, obviously. But what we need to do is set this nested to be a grid. So let's go up here, and let's see, we'll go right here, I guess, and say nested, and we're going to display as a grid. Okay, if I save it, you'll see that it spreads out. Now, I want these to go, I want 3 in a row. So what we'll do is do our grid template columns, and I'm actually going to copy that because we want 3. So save that. There we go. Let's make it so that we can see these a little better. So what I'm going to do is, let's see, I'll go down here and I'll say nested, all the directives in nested. I just want to add a border. Let's do border 333, 1 pixel solid. Okay, and then we can also set a height for these nested divs. So if we want to do that, we're going to use grid auto rows. So let's go to nested and do grid auto rows. And let's set that to, let's say, 70 pixels and save. And there we go. We can also add a gap. So let's say grid gap, and we'll do 1M, save. There we go. Let's see. Let's also add some padding to the inner divs of the nested. So we'll say padding 1M. There we go. So it's going to, you see that everything is going to adjust to accommodate that style. All right. And no matter how many divs I put in this nested, let's go ahead and just paste in some more. There we go. So you'll see that they'll just automatically look correct. They're going to generate as an actual grid. All right, so I hope that I'm being clear in this tutorial. I'm actually pretty new to CSS Grid, as are most people. All right, so I'm going to keep this for you guys as a reference, and I'm going to create one more file. We're going to look at a couple more things. So let's say index3.html, and let's see, we're going to just, what I'll do is just copy everything we did. We'll just copy index2, and then I'm just going to get rid of, let's see, get rid of the nested stuff, and let's see, we'll just let's just get rid of all this. We'll get rid of everything that's in the wrapper. Okay, so we just have a div with the class of wrapper. We have our background crap here, and the wrapper is displayed as a grid. So let's save that and go to index3.html. Okay, so we don't have any content in here yet. Now what I'm going to do is just create a couple divs in here. We're going to create some divs, and I'm going to give them a class of box, not blocks, box. All right, so we'll go ahead and actually in here I'll say box1. Let's copy that. 2, 3, 4. So we'll do 4 boxes. 4, 4, 4. And I'm also going to give them individual classes. That'll be box1, box2, box3, and box4. Okay, so there we go. And let's go up to our wrapper, to our grid, and let's say grid template columns. And we'll set that to, let's do 1. We'll do 1 FR, 2 FR, 1 FR. So it's going to be 3 columns. Let's save it. So it's going to be, 1, 2 fraction, 1 fraction. And for the height, for the auto rows, let's set that to min-max. We'll set it to min-max 100 pixels by default, but we want it to stretch to fit any content inside of it. We'll also add our gap. So grid gap, 1M, and save. So now we're going to look at justifying and aligning items. Okay, so in this wrapper, let's say justify items, and we're going to set that to start. And we're going to save. So this is going to align it this way, and it's going to put the element at the start of its column. Okay, and if you know Flexbox, this is pretty similar. We have our flex justify and alignments there as well, and we use start and end and center. But this is going to align the items to the start, all of them. Let's try center. Okay, that's going to put them in the center. Let's do end, and we'll put them at the end. And then the default is stretch. Okay, so stretch is just going to stretch it across the whole thing. So we also have align items, which is going to go the other way. So if we set this to start, you'll see they're going to start at the top here. We can do center, put them in the center, and we can do end. Okay, and then the default again is stretch. So we can use justify items and align items. Now we can also do align self. So if we go down here, let's create some classes for box 1 through 4. We'll go right here and say box 1. Yeah, we'll just do box 1, box 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so let's take box 1 and let's give it an align self of start. Okay, save that. And you'll see it's going to align it to the top, to the start. So let's take box 2 and we'll say align, let's say align self end. And that'll put it to the end. Okay, we can also do justify self. So let's take box 3 and say justify self, and we'll say end. Save that, and it puts it to the end. Okay, so you can align things however you want. You can either do all items with justify items, align items, or you can do just individual elements here with align self and justify self. All right, so the last concept that I want to talk about is one that's a little confusing. It was a little confusing to me at first. It still kind of is, but it is using lines. So I'm going to bring down an image here.
Essa é OutSystems, a mais completa plataforma de desenvolvimento de aplicações full stack para programar.
Which, if I can get this freaking thing in here, what the hell? There we go. All right, so think of, this is a grid here. Okay, so we have, three rows, and think of these lines as 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, same thing going down, 1, 2, 3. Now, what we want to do is we can take, for instance, box 1, and we can say we want it to go from 1 to 3 this way, or from 1 to 3 this way. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just comment out the align selves, because I don't want that to confuse you guys. I probably should have did that after, but let's just go ahead and comment these out. Okay, and then let's take box 1, and the properties for this is going to be grid column and grid row. So let's say grid column, and let's say we want it from 1 to 3. We want it to span from 1 to 3. Actually, before I do that, let's just save it back to what it looks like naturally. And then, yeah, all right, and then we'll put back grid column 1 to 3, and let's save. So just like if we look at this diagram, we're saying take it from here to here, so 1 to 3, and it's going to knock these ones over. And then at the same time, we can go this way. We can go vertical. Let's say we want it to go from 1 to 3 that way as well. So for that, we would use grid-row, and we'll say 1, 3, and save. Okay, and that pushes it down. And notice that now we have these over here. This is what is meant by two-dimensional. This is what is much, much different than Flexbox. And it can get a little complicated understanding the placement, at least in my opinion, but it is really powerful. And once you're done with this, you may want to, if you're really interested in CSS grids, I suggest looking at some more advanced concepts. So let's now take box 2. Oh, you know what? They all say box 4. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so now we have box 2 right here. And what we'll do is we'll say grid. Let's do grid, column, set that to 3. It doesn't have to be a span. We'll just set it to 3, so it stays where it is. And then let's set the row from 1 to 3. Okay, remember row is this way, so we'll go 1 to 3. So as you can probably guess, it's going to just go, this is going to take up that whole area. So let's say grid, grid row, 1 to 3, and there we go. So now it's going to take up 1 to 3 this way. Now we can order these in different ways too by using this method. So let's take box 3, and let's say we want grid, column, and let's say we want 2 to 4. And then we'll say grid, row, and grid row will keep at 3. So let's save that, and now you'll see that box 3 has moved over because we're saying start at 2 and go to 4. So it's starting at 2, going to 4, and it's pushing box 4 over to this side. So we can rearrange the grid however we want. All right, now another awesome thing about grids that you don't really get with Flexbox is you can overlap things. You can overlap elements. So let's take this box 4 here, and let's say we want grid column 1. Okay, grid column 1, and then for the row, we'll say grid row. We're going to say 2 to 4. Let's save that. And now you'll see that for the grid column, of course, it's starting at 1 over here. But for the row, we're starting at 2. So going this way, starting at 2, going down to 4. All right, and this makes it overlap box 1. And if you wanted to more clearly see this, you could simply add a border, say 1 pixel, solid, and save, and you'll see that it's overlapping box 1. So we can do things like this without, traditionally having to add margin negatives and things like that, which is crap. All right, and even using all of these lines, these line spans, we can still use our alignments. So let me just uncomment this stuff. Oops. And we'll go ahead and save, and you'll see it's still going to align things. So there's a lot you can do. There's a lot more than this. Like I said, I'm fairly new to CSS grids, but I can already see how powerful they can be when building interfaces, especially the grid type interfaces like Microsoft uses a lot with the hell is it called? The Metro or whatever, like a window screen, this stuff here. So if you want stuff like this in your UI, like this is really powerful for that. Okay, I'm just going to comment that stuff, the alignments back out before I save this file for you guys. Okay, all this code will be in the description. So I think that's going to be it, guys. Like I said, if you want to look more into this, look at some of the advanced stuff. This is the basics of CSS grids. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Please leave a like if you did. Please subscribe if you're not. And that's it. Thanks for watching. So if you guys really like my videos and you learn a lot from them, and maybe you have a couple extra dollars to spare, check out my Patreon page. I'm working on creating special content for patrons. You also get special deals on future courses, and there's even an email support tier for all YouTube videos and projects. To learn more, visit patreon.com/Travis.
I think I'm gonna watch a video about anatomy. Then I'll go back to this later. I need to give some time, I think.
Alright guys, in this video we're going
to give some time to my brain to...
So all the fluid-filled cavities within the brain. So imagine we take all of these fluid-filled cavities out of the brain. This is kind of what it's going to look like right here. So if we look right here, we have two lateral ventricles. All of this is lateral ventricle. All of this over here is also lateral ventricle. If we were to kind of differentiate what part of it is, this is kind of the anterior horn of the lateral ventricle. This is the posterior horn of the lateral ventricle. And again, all of this is contained in the spinal fluid. All right, now if you look, we'll be able to see a specific structure that actually is what makes the cerebrospinal fluid. It's this little pink gummy fluid. All right, guys, so we flipped it upside down so that you guys will be able to see this pink gummy stuff right there. And again, what is that? That's the choroid plexus of the lateral ventricle. That's what makes the cerebrospinal fluid. And then you have these things called ependymal cells that are circulated throughout these arteries. So again, that's the choroid plexus of the lateral ventricle. And you have one over here too, right? Because you have two lateral ventricles. All right, guys, now connecting these two lateral ventricles together is this little tube right there. You see that little tube right there, number 2? That's what basically drains the left lateral ventricle and the right lateral ventricle into a structure called the third ventricle. And then this little tube right there is called the ventricle. Another really important thing right here that I want to mention is, imagine I take a thin piece of paper and I put it right in between the two lateral ventricles right there. That is called the septum pellucidum. It's a thin membrane that separates the two lateral ventricles. Because again, septum pellucidum is a thin membrane, but that little tube that's draining the two lateral ventricles is called the interventricular foramen. Okay, so if you guys look here, we drained the lateral ventricles through the interventricular foramen, and we drained it into this one. This one right here is called the third ventricle. And if you remember, every ventricle has a choroid plexus. You see that pink gummy stuff again? The pink gummy stuff is called the choroid plexus of the third ventricle. That's what makes the cerebrospinal fluid. And again, the ependymal cells are part of the choroid plexus, so it circulates. So again, if you see this guy right there draining the third ventricle right there, right in the midbrain, that's going to be called the cerebral aqueduct. So we got the cerebral aqueduct right there, which drains the third ventricle, and that runs through the midbrain. Then after that, it goes into this area back here, which I'm going to turn so you guys can see. This is called the fourth ventricle. And the fourth ventricle, again, it actually has, again, what is this? It's a pink gummy stuff. It's called the choroid plexus, and that's what makes the cerebrospinal fluid. Now, one more thing before we're done is the cerebrospinal fluid can go a couple different directions. One is it could go down to what's called the central canal of the spinal cord, or it could go out through the lateral aperture. So if you imagine over here is a lateral aperture, and over here is another aperture. They actually give it a specific name. They actually call it the foramen Luschka. And then if you imagine that there's another aperture, a median aperture, one coming out in front of me, like I'm coming out to the camera, and another one behind it out here, that's called the median apertures, or the foramen magenti, okay? And basically what those do is they drain the fourth ventricle of the cerebrospinal fluid and puts it into the subarachnoid space. All right, guys, so that pretty much gives us everything we need to know about the ventricular heart.
This channel is also
we're
my
going to talk
thing.
about the cross section of the spinal cord. So we're actually looking at C3.
Ninja Nerd Lectures. We found a playlist with all the stuff I want to know.
C6. This is actually the body. So this is the anterior side of the cervical vertebrae. These are the superior articulating processes with facets. And this is the actual bifid spinous process. This is going to be on the posterior side. All right, so here we're looking at the cross section of the spinal cord. So we're just taking a little transverse cut here and we're looking at it now. So if you look here, since this is the anterior side up here, this is actually the anterior gray horn. Now, the reason why they call it the gray horn, well, it actually kind of looks like a horn here, but on top of that, you have unmyelinated cell bodies here. And this anterior or ventral gray horn. And this is actually the cell bodies of the somatic nervous system, so they control your skeletal muscles. If you look here, you have like your little central commissure, and then that little black hole right there is the central canal of the spinal cord. That's where some of the cerebrospinal fluid runs through. This right here is the posterior gray horn in the spinal cord, okay? And it's actually consisting of cell bodies that pick up peripheral sensations. We'll talk about that when we talk about ascending tracts. Other things we can talk about the white columns real quick. This is all the anterior white column over here, anterior white column right there. So they actually carry specifically crude touch and pressure. All over here is actually going to be the lateral white column. Over here is lateral white column. They actually carry pain and temperature pathways. And then back here is the dorsal white column, and that actually takes proprioception and fine and discriminate touch. Okay. So now we talked about the cross section of the spinal cord. Let's actually look at some of the layers surrounding us. This is the main thing we're doing. So if you look here, we can see this blue connective tissue clinging right to the spinal cord. That blue connective tissue that's directly clinging to the spinal cord is called the pia mater. Okay, the pia mater. Then if you look, there's a space right here, sitting right in here, this whole little space. That space is called the subarachnoid space. That's where your cerebral spinal fluid runs through. Okay? Then if you look here, we got to be really, really meticulous here. If you see this little brown line going all the way around, guys, that brown line is actually called the subdural space. Now, on this side, closer to the spinal cord, there's a blue line, this blue layer here. There's a blue layer on this side, closer to the spinal cord, on this side of that brown line. That blue tissue on this side is called the arachnoid mater. So on this side of the brown line, closer to the spinal cord, lining this part is the arachnoid mater, and this over here would be arachnoid mater. Again, on this side of the blue, on side of the brown line. Again, that brown line right there is going to be the subdural space. Okay, that's where some certain amounts of blood vessels and bridging veins can actually be found. Okay? So again, you have subdural space. On this side of the subdural space is the arachnoid mater. On this side, closer to the actual bone, this side, this is the actual meningeal layer of the dura mater. Okay, so inside is the arachnoid mater. Outside is going to be the meningeal layer of the dura mater. Then you have this space right here. This space right here, which contains fat and some blood vessels, is actually going to be called the epidural space. Okay? And then this is actually going to be the outer periosteal layer of the dura mater. So this is the periosteal layer of the dura mater, this blue structure here. It's what clings to the bone. Okay, so recap real quick. Pia mater, subarachnoid space is the space with the CSF. This blue connective tissue that's actually going to be coming in contact with the cerebrospinal fluid in the space, this blue connective tissue on this side of that brown line is the arachnoid mater. That little brown beige line is the subdural space. This blue tissue right here is the meningeal layer of the dura mater, and it's on the outside of that brown line, closer to the bone, this one right here. This is the epidural space, which is containing some fat, right? It's gonna have some blood vessels in there. And this is the periosteal layer of the dura mater. Okay, now that we covered that, I just want to show you basically two other structures. I'm going to turn this actual cross-section around. All right, engineers, so what we're going to do is we're going to do a couple other extra structures on this cross-section on the anterior side. Now, if you look here, you see these arteries. Okay? This is actually going to be the vertebral arteries, and they're actually running up through this little space here. Remember that hole? It's called the transverse foramen. Well, these are the vertebral arteries, and they run right up through that, and they actually contribute to the posterior part of the circle of Willis. Right, they fuse together and they become a basilar artery, and they feed into the posterior part of the circle of Willis. Over here, you can actually see the ventral ramus. Over here is the dorsal ramus. This is actually going to be the dorsal root ganglion, which consists of a lot of your unipolar neurons. Right? And over here, you can actually see some of the fibers that are coming into specifically, this is actually going to be the ventral ramus. So these are the fibers that are coming out of the anterior brain of the spinal cord. These are the somatic nerves that are coming out of the, specifically the ventral great horn that go out of the skeletal muscles. These are going to be the fibers back here. These yellow fibers are going to be the fibers that are taking the sensations from, again, the periphery, bringing it through this dorsal root ganglion right here. This is where a lot of unipolar neurons are, peripheral neurons and stuff. It's going to take it in through this and into these fibers here and into the posterior curve. So again, dorsal root ganglion, this is actually going to be some of the fibers coming off. We're going to what's called the ventral ramus, and some of it can go out the dorsal ramus. And again, this is the dorsal root ganglion with the unipolar neurons. And this is going to be the fibers that are feeding into the dorsal great horn of the spinal cord. And again, these are fibers coming from the ventral horn of the spinal cord. All right, engineers, I hope all of this made sense. I really hope it helped, and until next time. All right, engineers, in this video today, we are going to talk about the cerebral cortex, but we're going to primarily focus on the frontal lobe, all the basic functional anatomy of the frontal lobe. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, engineers, so what I want us to first do is cover the basic kind of like functional anatomy, and then talk about the basic functions of these different kind of areas located within the frontal lobe. Well, the first thing that we have to do when we talk about the frontal lobe is develop an understanding of the boundaries of the frontal lobe. That's kind of like a really kind of an anatomical portion that we have to discuss. So the way I like to remember the boundaries is how do we separate this lobe, the frontal lobe, this entire area here with all these colors? How do we separate this lobe from this lobe here and this lobe here? Well, we actually should come up with a name for these lobes, right? This lobe here, this like kind of like thing here, this wing, is called your temporal lobe. And we're going to talk about this separately in another video. And then there's one back here, which is bordered by this sulcus. We're not going to mention this now. And this sulcus, which we will discuss, is called your parietal lobe, right? So these are two lobes. How does my frontal lobe, which is this one right here, this whole one in color, how do I separate this from the parietal lobe? Well, separating it from the parietal lobe, there's this black line, this sulcus that separates frontal from parietal. What is this guy here called? We're going to number it. This one. This is called the central sulcus, right? So the central sulcus. That basically performs a boundary that separates the frontal lobe from the parietal lobe. The second one is this sulcus right here. This sulcus here that runs in between separates the frontal lobe from the temporal lobe. What is this sulcus here? This is called your lateral sulcus. Or sometimes you might even see it written as the Sylvian fissure. But I like the simple ways, the lateral sulcus. So separate the frontal lobe from the parietal lobe by the central sulcus, and frontal from temporal by the lateral sulcus, okay? Okay, beautiful. Now, we got to talk about some of these functional areas located within the frontal lobe. Let's start just anterior to the central sulcus and work our way kind of forward through here. So the first one is this red portion here. Now, just anterior to the central sulcus, there's a gyrus here, which is just like a big kind of like mountain, and then there's little furrows in between the mountain, which are called your sulci, right? This gyrus here is actually called your precentral gyrus, but that's the structural anatomical term. The functional portion of this gyrus is actually referred to as the primary motor cortex. So it's called the primary motor cortex. And the basic function of this primary motor cortex is it is involved in voluntary movement, particularly of skeletal muscles. Okay? Voluntary movement. So if there's one way to describe it, voluntary movement. All right, beautiful. Go just a little bit anterior, right? So here we had our primary motor cortex go just a little bit anterior to this. Then you have this next functional lobe. This next functional lobe in this navy blue color is called, it's actually called your motor association cortex. So it's actually called your motor association cortex, but it's made up of 2 components. It's actually made up of what's called the premotor cortex, and another one, which we're going to just abbreviate right now, called the supplementary motor area, or supplementary motor cortex. These 2 areas make up this blue portion called the motor association cortex. Their job is relatively straightforward. They're involved in movement, but particularly the planning of movement, the sequence of movement, and also the execution of movement, okay? Boom. All right, so we have the primary motor cortex and the motor association cortex, which is made up of 2 areas, the premotor cortex and we're gonna actually be more specific and put the supplementary motor area or cortex. All right, involved in planning, sequencing, and execution of movement. All right, so we hit the primary motor cortex. We hit the motor association cortex, which is made up of premotor and supplementary motor cortex. Move a little bit anterior. This right here is another special structure called the frontal eye fields. What is this structure here called? It is called the frontal eye fields. And these are really cool structure, and they're involved with particularly voluntary, rapid, sometimes referred to as saccadic eye movements. We'll discuss this in a little bit more detail what I mean with this. But for right now, if you just had to come up with a really simple way of explaining the frontal eye fields, it's involved in voluntary, rapid eye movements. Okay, the next structure here. We covered the primary motor, we covered the premotor supplementary motor, we covered the frontal eye fields. Now, move a little bit more interior. You have this big portion here in this baby blue color. What is this one? This is called your prefrontal cortex. What is it called? Your prefrontal cortex. Now, sometimes it's actually more specifically referred to as your prefrontal association area. But for right now, we're going to stick with prefrontal cortex and I'll explain actually more in detail what it does. But for right now, the basic function of the prefrontal cortex is it's involved with memory, right? So memory and learning. That's one big thing. So it's involved with memory and learning. It's also involved, very interestingly, in motor planning. So it does have some involvement in motor planning because it interacts with the basal ganglia. And then the other thing is it's involved with our personality and our behavior. Very cool, right? Okay, so we have that function of prefrontal cortex being memory, learning, motor planning, and even personality and behavior. Okay, the last area that I want to talk about and point out here, which is in the frontal lobe, is this orange lobe, this orange portion here. This orange portion in the frontal lobe is actually called Broca's area. Okay, so this area is called Broca's area. Now, one thing I want to make sure that we point out is that this Broca's area is actually found particularly in the dominant hemisphere of a patient. So in other words, if a person is right-handed, Broca's area will more likely be on the left side of that frontal lobe. Okay, so Broca's area. Broca's area, again, remember, what do you need to know about Broca's area? It is usually, in right-handed people, is actually in the left frontal lobe. Okay, now, the next thing I want you to remember here is Broca's area, not only is it located in the dominant hemisphere, which is usually in right-handed people, it's involved with muscles of speech. So it's involved in the muscles that help us to produce speech. So that covers the basic functional anatomy and the basic kind of just one sentence function of each one of these cortical areas. Now, let's really dig into detail in each one of these and really discuss them in clinical correlations. All right, so now let's go ahead and talk about a little bit more detail the primary motor cortex, right? We said that it's involved in voluntary motor movement, right? Now, how is it involved in voluntary motor movement? Okay, you guys got to remember, again, where's the primary motor cortex? Just anterior to the central sulcus, in this portion here, right? And this is actually, the anatomical term for this is called the precentral gyrus. Now, the primary motor cortex is very interesting because it descends down from the cortex to the brainstem and to the spinal cord, the final motor plan. So when it sends this motor information down, it sends it down via what's called 2 tracks. One track will go all the way down to the spinal cord and innervate the neurons of the anterior gray horn. This will then activate the neurons of the anterior gray horn that will come out of the spinal cord and go to the muscles, particularly of limbs, trunk, right? Limbs and trunk, particularly your axial and kind of appendicular skeleton. This tract going from your cortex all the way down to your spinal cord is called the cortico-spinal tract. And there's 2 types, your ventral and your lateral corticospinal tract. Regardless of that, again, the way that it actually causes voluntary movement is it sends a motor plan from your cortex down to your spinal cord out to the muscles, okay? The other thing is it not just is the muscles of the limbs and the trunk, but also muscles of kind of the head and neck area as well. So on the way down, sometimes it also gives innervation to some nuclei located within the brainstem. Like what nuclei? Well, particularly motor nuclei of particular cranial nerves that supply skeletal muscles of the head and neck. Like which ones? Well, the first one is your trigeminal nerve. Your trigeminal nerve is what? Cranial nerve 5. And cranial nerve 5 supplies what? Muscles of mastication, your chewing muscles. It also will innervate what else? This red neuron here. This is your facial nerve. Facial nerve is also known as cranial nerve 7. And cranial nerve 7 supplies the muscles of facial expression, okay? The blue one, this is actually a combination of multiple neurons here. Actually, cranial nerves 9, 10, and the cranial part of 11, which is the accessory nerve. So we're not gonna write all that down, I'm just gonna put down here cranial nerve 9, which is your glossopharyngeal, cranial nerve 10, which is your vagus, and cranial nerve 11, which is the accessory nerve. These supply both the glossopharyngeal and vagus, the muscles of your pharynx, your uvula, your soft palate, your larynx, and then the accessory nerve, it can also supply some of those muscles, but it also supplies the sternocleidomastoid and your trapezius muscles, okay? The other thing is it can come down and stimulate this nucleus here, which goes to your tongue. Do you guys know what nucleus this is? This is the hypoglossal nucleus, which will go via the hypoglossal nerve. And the hypoglossal nerve is actually known as cranial nerve 12. So the motor cortex not only can communicate with the spinal cord, but it can also communicate with these cranial nerve nuclei. And this is a special tract. The tract going from the motor cortex to these cranial nerve nuclei is actually referred to as the corticobulbar tract. So when I say it's involved with voluntary control of motor movements, this is how it is involved in it. So again, it's involved in voluntary motor movements, and how? The way we just described all of it. Cool. All right, there's one other thing that we have to talk about here, and it's very important, especially when it comes to clinical correlation. This primary motor cortex, it has a specific somatotopic arrangement that we have to discuss. What does that mean? Let's come down and discuss what this means. All right, so now what I want you to imagine is we take that area of the cerebral cortex, right? So if I were to kind of just give you a mini diagram here, imagine here I have that cerebrum here, and I'm taking that central sulcus here, and I'm taking a slice right here. Okay, so here's my slice, and I'm really zooming in on this portion in a coronal view. So this is what we're seeing. When you look at it, here's all of your primary motor cortex. All of this that I'm kind of like shading here in these lines, this is all your motor cortex. Which motor cortex? Primary motor cortex. Remember I told you that the motor cortex basically gives off its axons, right? That come down and do what? Supply the muscles of the corticospinal tract, CST, or corticobulbar tract, which is the muscles of limb and the trunk, and then the muscles of the head and the neck. Well, if we really look at where the neurons that are controlling more of the limbs, trunk, head, and neck is, it's organized in this particular type of somatotopic arrangement. That's very important. I like to remember it very simply. If you look at it here, you see foot, which is the most medial portion, kind of going into the calf to knee, to the thigh, to the hip area, working your way up towards the top and moving laterally. You got the trunk, you got the shoulder, you got the arm, you got the forearm, you got the hand here. Then as we're continuously working laterally and down, you have your head, neck, and then the tongue and some of the muscles involved with speech and swallowing down here at the bottom, right? Most inferior and lateral. That is very important, right? There's two reasons why, okay? One of the reasons, there's two things that we need to take away from this. One is that obviously based upon a particular area, right, of the cerebral cortex, the neurons coming down is dependent upon which area you're at. So more medial aspect is gonna be where? That's gonna be lower extremity. More of the lateral aspect is gonna be upper extremity. And as you go most lateral and inferior, you're gonna be talking about face and neck area, right? Now, what is this called? There's a special name for this whole thing where we draw like a little man in this area. What is this called? This is referred to as a motor homunculus. And this is one of the ways, homunculus, the ways that we describe somatotopic arrangement of the primary motor cortex. There's a second thing I want you to take away, not just kind of the way that this is arranged, but also the size of particular body parts, right? The size of the body part, there's a reason for that. If you kind of look at the hands, if you look at the face, if you look at the tongue, these are larger than some of the other actual organ body parts. The reason why is the larger the body part, the more motor units. Okay, this means more motor units. That means if there's more motor units, that means that there's more fine control, fine motor control involved. So if you think about it, there's more fine motor movement involved within your hands and within your tongue than there is within your toes and in your thigh area. Okay, so that's a big thing I want you to take away from this. Larger the body part that we see in this motor homunculus, the more motor units are going to it because it needs more fine motor control. The other aspect is that this is important because when people develop strokes, you guys know that there is an artery supply here, right? Let's say that there's an artery that supplies this entire kind of area here, okay? This is actually referred to as the anterior cerebral artery. So the anterior cerebral artery supplies most of the medial aspect of the primary motor cortex. The other one, which supplies most of the lateral portion of the cerebral cortex, is which one? This is actually via the middle cerebral artery. So if someone develops an occlusion or an embolus that blocks the middle cerebral artery, where is the actual motor deficit going to be? More, if you look over here, where? Upper extremity, head, neck area, right? So that's important. If it's the anterior cerebral artery, it's going to affect more of the medial portion. What is this? Lower limbs, bottom part of the trunk. So the easy way to remember it is, if there's a basically an occlusion of the anterior cerebral artery, which motor deficit are you going to see? Well, it's affecting more of the medial aspect, which is where your lower limbs are. So you're going to see more lower extremity, what? Paralysis, right? All right, beautiful. But if it's the middle cerebral artery that's actually occluded, and it's not delivering blood to that part of the motor cortex, which area of the body is going to be actually having the paralysis? Well, think about it. This is more lateral, so this is going to be more upper extremity, head, and neck region. So we're just going to put upper extremity. Okay, but do realize that it could, the more lateral you go, it obviously could affect even face, head, neck area, okay? All right, so that covers the basic thing that I want you guys to know about the primary motor cortex, its basic function, how those functions are actually carried out, the motor homunculus, the significance of it with respect to the size of that basic body part and motor unit, and the clinical correlation behind it. All right, the last thing I want to mention here with respect to the primary motor cortex is sometimes this can come up in exams, where generally we apply a name, right, to this particular area of the cerebral cortex, called the primary motor cortex. But there was a guy named Brodmann who actually came up with particularly a way that he likes to describe the different areas of the cerebral cortex. And he gave a number to that particular cortex. And he liked to call this number, this cortex, Brodmann area number 4. So sometimes you can't see these Brodmann areas come up on exams. Remember, primary motor cortex is also known as Brodmann area number 4. All right, let's move on. All right, so now let's talk about again, what is the name for the combined effect of these two? It's called the motor association cortex, right, which is made up of the premotor cortex and the supplementary motor cortex. Now, if we're really being specific, right, so again, here's your central sulcus right here, right, that black line there. Just anterior to it is going to be your primary motor cortex. Now, if I were to really be specific, the premotor cortex and the supplementary motor cortex, they actually technically are different defined areas. If I were to draw the more lateral portion here in this blue color, this navy blue color, this is your premotor cortex. To really differentiate it, technically, this little piece up here, more medial superior portion, that is technically your supplementary motor cortex. But we're just going to consider this entire area here a part of what? This entire area here is actually called your motor association cortex. All right, beautiful. The premotor cortex and supplementary motor cortex, they're very interesting. One of the things that I think is really cool about these is that they also contribute to voluntary motor movement, right? So they're also involved in voluntary motor movement. But here's what's very interesting. They're more involved in fine motor movement, okay? And they contribute to the corticospinal tract. Now, portion-wise, if we were to give an actual percentage, it's somewhere around 15% contribution to the corticospinal tract, right? Now, if you guys remember from the corticospinal tract, that was coming from what area? That was coming from the primary motor cortex, and it was coming down here and going all the way down to the anterior great horn of the spinal cord and acting on these lower motor neurons here, right? Well, in the same way, this premotor and supplementary motor area can also give their axon that can contribute into this entire thing here that is called the corticospinal tract. But here's where we actually have to be a little bit more specific. It does contribute to the corticospinal tract, but we have a little man here, right? This is our little man here. When it actually supplies these lower motor neurons only go to particular muscles. And the particular muscles that it goes to is actually going to be more the proximal extremities. So your hip and shoulders, and it's also going to supply the muscles of the trunk. So when we talk about muscles that this is contributing, what's actually supplying, being a contribution to the corticospinal tract, it's really only supplying what kind of muscles here? Well, your trunk. What's your trunk muscles called? It's called your axial musculature. So it's supplying the axial muscles, and it's supplying the proximal musculature, right? So it's supplying the proximal limbs, which is the hip and shoulder joint. So that's actually how it is contributing to the corticospinal tract, but it's more particularly involved with fine motor movement of those muscle areas, okay? Now, that's one function of the premotor and supplementary motor cortex. There's another involvement of them. Remember I told you that they're involved with planning, sequencing, and execution of the movement. How? Let's talk about it. All right, so remember I told you that it's involved in 3 particular functions, right? What do we say? It's involved with the planning of movement, okay? It's involved with the sequencing of movement, okay? And it's involved with the execution of movement. This is actually a really cool thing. So remember we said that we had the primary motor cortex, right? Which is right here. And then we're just gonna draw all one area, the entire motor association cortex, which is the entire area made up of the premotor and the supplementary motor cortex. Here's what's really cool. Obviously the motor plan will go down to your skeletal muscles, right? So it has to go down to your skeletal muscles and stimulate lower motor neurons, right? That'll go out to your skeletal muscles. We know that. But you know what else is really interesting? And also we know that this cortex, the premotor and supplementary, is also contributing to this. But regardless, here's what's really cool. The premotor and supplementary motor cortex have communications with 2 particular structures. This is so cool. One is your basal ganglia. They love to communicate with the basal ganglia, which are involved in kind of helping to initiate motor movements, prevent unwanted motor movements, and modify motor movements in a particular way. So how does it do this? The premotor cortex can actually communicate. So the premotor and supplementary motor area can actually communicate with one another. And they communicate with one another to come up with actually some type of modified motor activity. So basically helping to initiate movements that you want, prevent movements that you don't want, and modulate in a particular way. Here's the other great thing. Your cerebellum. Your cerebellum also interacts with this premotor and supplementary motor area. And your cerebellum is getting information from your inner ear, right? So it's getting information from your inner ear about particularly like static and dynamic equilibrium. It's also receiving sensations from the body. What type of sensations? Maybe touch sensations, proprioception, which is the position of my muscles, my tendons, my joints in a 3-dimensional space. It's receiving all that information, going through it,
I'll be right back.
Then it's also receiving information from my premotor and supplementary motor cortex about the actual motor plan that they want to initiate. It takes all the sensations, it takes all the equilibrium information, all the actual motor plan that we have kind of set out, goes through it, and then sends back upwards its modifications. It sends back upwards to these motor cortical areas its actual modifications. So how does the premotor and supplementary motor cortex actually help to plan, sequence, and execute movements? It does that by interacting with two primary structures. One is the basal ganglia, and the second one is the cerebellum. Oh, that's so cool, man. All right, so that's what I want you guys to know with respect to how the premotor and supplementary motor cortex perform their activities. All right, and the same thing, remember I told you that they can be asked broad, you can be asked Brodmann area in your exam. So premotor and supplementary motor cortex, or your motor association cortex, is actually given a particular Brodmann area. And this Brodmann area is referred to as Brodmann area number 6. Okay, so that covers the premotor and supplementary motor cortex. Let's move on to the prefrontal. So now prefrontal cortex. Prefrontal cortex, also known as the prefrontal association area. This area is super interesting because it carries out so many functions. It can really be quite complicated when you really dig in.
Close the window.
Into the nitty-gritty of this prefrontal cortex. We're going to kind of keep it, for the most part, to the most important things that you guys should take away from the prefrontal cortex related to clinical conditions. So prefrontal cortex is really your thinking area of the brain. But again, let's outline where it is. So just to recap again, what's this cortex here? Primary motor cortex. What's this cortex just anterior to it? This is your premotor and supplementary motor cortex, which is called your motor association cortex. We're going to come back to this next one here, which is just anterior to it. We're going to talk about that next. This is called your frontal eye fields. And this next one, the one that we're focusing on primarily, is going to be this entire area here. What is this one called? This is called your prefrontal cortex. Now, the prefrontal cortex is very important because it has a lot of different functions. One of the big ones that I think is really important to remember is it's involved with your personality. Okay, so it's involved with personality, and it's involved in your behaviors, right? So it has some type of emotional type of involvement here. The other aspect here is that it's involved in your memory, okay? So it's involved in your what's called particularly your working memory. So taking short-term memory plus rehearsal and helping to commit that into your working memory, okay? So it's involved with your working memory. The third thing that it's also involved for, besides personality, behaviors, working memory, it's also involved in your cognition, okay? So it's also involved in your cognition, so your ability to learn new things. So it's involved in cognition, or your ability to learn new things. The next thing that's involved with is your actual, your reasoning and judgment, okay? So it's involved in your decision making, so decision making, okay? So particularly, your reasoning behind making a decision and the judgment involved in that decision. So again, it's involved in reasoning and judgment. All right, beautiful. And the last thing that I want you to remember of this is that it's involved in motor planning. So it also can be involved in motor planning. Okay, so let's kind of talk about how the prefrontal cortex or prefrontal association area does this. The way that I want to explain a lot of this is that the prefrontal cortex has communication with so many other structures of the brain, like tons. Some of the areas to highlight here that it is communicating with that are important is one, it's called one of the areas where you store memory. Deep within the temporal lobe, you have the structure here called the hippocampus. So you have the structure here called the hippocampus. The hippocampus is really important for the memory aspect of your brain. So memory is obviously important because that is going to be one of the functions of the prefrontal cortex. So the hippocampus has to communicate with the prefrontal cortex. The other thing is with respect to your personality, your behaviors. This has to connect with your limbic system. And there's a lot of limbic structures that communicate with the prefrontal cortex. What are some of these areas? One of the areas is actually kind of deep in here. We're just going to kind of show it like this. It's going to be deep. You can't see it here. It would be deep in the cerebrum, but it also communicates. What's this structure? This structure is called the hypothalamus. So the hypothalamus will also interact with the prefrontal cortex because that's a limbic nuclei. Another limbic nuclei is called the amygdala. So there's another structure here deep within the temporal lobe, and this also communicates with the prefrontal cortex. Again, what is this structure here called? This is called the amygdala. So the amygdala is another important limbic system structure that influences our kind of personality and behavior. The other aspect behind, so that kind of explains the working memory, that kind of explains the cognition, that kind of explains the personality and behaviors. There's another area deep within our actual midbrain, actually called the ventral tegmental area. So we'll draw it like this. There's another area here called the ventral tegmental area. And what happens is the ventral tegmental area, which is in your midbrain, it also can communicate with your prefrontal cortex. And this is actually involved in a lot of your reward systems, your addiction kind of systems, which can also involve some of your decision-making skills. The last thing is your motor planning. Here's what's really interesting. The prefrontal cortex can also communicate with this multimodal area back and deep into your parietal, temporal, kind of occipital lobe area. There's this area here called the posterior association area. And what happens is a lot of stimuli kind of end on this area. So here in your occipital lobe, we'll talk about it later, but this is where vision terminates. That can be sent. Visual information can be sent to this posterior association area. Right here is where auditory sensation is involved in your temporal lobe. That can send that auditory stimulus to the posterior association area. And then right here is going to be where sensations, like actual somatic sensations, are actually kind of recognized and kind of modified here. And that can also be sent to this posterior association area. So you have visual, auditory, and somatic sensations all communicating in this area. And guess what? All this can be sent to your prefrontal cortex to be involved with motor planning because this prefrontal cortex can communicate with the basal ganglia. So As you can see, the prefrontal cortex can be very complicated when you really dig into the details of it. But what I want you to remember is how it is involved particularly with personality and behaviors, and your memory is the connection between the hippocampus and your limbic system. And then how it's involved particularly with kind of decision making is also via the ventral tegmental area, and again, some of these limbic structures. And then again, motor planning is the way it's connected with the posterior association area and the communication with the basal ganglia. The reason why I wanted to kind of like talk about all of these things is because there is a very common condition that can affect and plague the frontal lobe. Let's talk about that quickly. All right, so I really want to quickly kind of explain why the prefrontal cortex is such an important area to know. And the reason why is that there's a condition called frontotemporal dementia. So as you can tell, this condition is where there's damage of two lobes, the frontal lobe and the temporal lobe. We're really kind of focusing on the frontal lobe aspect of the frontotemporal dementia. But what happens is there's actually going to be damage or atrophy of these areas. So all the functions that we discussed are going to be altered. So let's explain how and why it's important to know these basic functions. Remember, one of the things that we just said is that there will be personality and behavioral changes. What does that mean? That means that the patient may have some degree of, they might be aggressive. Right, so they may be aggressive, they may be hostile, right? They may be kind of very irritable or agitated. And that's because you've damaged the area that's involved with their normal personality and behavior, right? So that's relatively straightforward. The other aspect here is their working memory. Now, generally, memory becomes affected a little bit kind of later in the disease process. Usually not early, it's usually later in the disease process. But if you damage the prefrontal cortex, you can bet that later on, potentially, that they may have some type of memory loss. And here's the big thing, not just memory loss of the past events, but also difficulty in learning new things or storing new memories. So you can actually decrease their actual ability to remember things and decrease their ability to learn new types of tasks. The next thing that you're affecting is their decision making, right? Their reasoning, their judgment. This is a very important one because sometimes this can cause them to perform certain types of behaviors that they would not normally perform. You can think about your prefrontal cortex when it's working really well as an area that says, okay, I want to do this terrible thing. Your prefrontal cortex says, I don't think that's a good idea to do that. But when it's damaged, you have no longer this ability to inhibit those thoughts. So there's a disinhibition in that sense. And so this leads to them having kind of inappropriate hypersexual behaviors. So this can lead to increased kind of sexual, hypersexual behavior, but not in a good way, in an inappropriate way. It also might lead to gambling, right? Because you're taking away that area that is kind of helpful for reasoning and judgment. And also, it might actually cause the patient to be a little bit apathetic. But again, that kind of comes with the personality behavior aspect as well. The last thing is that sometimes, remember what I told you, the prefrontal cortex, what do we say, just so we remember? This can communicate, it does this motor planning by communicating between the posterior association area to the prefrontal cortex, and the prefrontal cortex can communicate with the basal ganglia, which communicates with your motor cortex. So if you damage the prefrontal cortex, you're affecting the communication with your basal ganglia, affecting the motor cortex output, right? Particularly, this can lead to actually Parkinsonian types of symptoms. So later on in the disease, they also might develop motor deficits, but the motor deficits that they actually develop present more in a Parkinson's type of presentation, Parkinson's-like. So remember, we talked about how primarily this frontotemporal dementia affects the frontal lobe. And when it affects the temporal lobe, it's more likely affecting speech and the ability to comprehend language. So that whenever this is damaged, it can actually cause aphasia on top of the things that we just talked about. All right, again, just to remind you that sometimes there's going to be questions on this in the exams. The Brodmann area for prefrontal cortex, there's so many different areas. So it's a very wide range of areas. So some of the areas that we're going to mention here, actually, there's a couple of them. So it can be anywhere from numbers 8 to 14, right? And then you can add on to that 24, 25, 32, and 45 to 47. So there's a lot of different areas, Brodmann areas for this prefrontal cortex that it actually encompasses. Okay, so that covers our prefrontal cortex. Let's move on to the frontal eye fields. All right, the frontal eye fields. This is actually a really cool area. The frontal eye field. So again, remember your kind of areas here. This is our primary motor, right? Then just anterior to that is what? Your motor association cortex, which we said is made up of the premotor and the supplementary motor cortex. Then we've already discussed the prefrontal cortex, which is pretty much all of this portion here, right? All of this. And so this next portion that we're going to discuss right now is the frontal eye field, which is about right here.
Cerebral. Cerebral. No, it's this one.
Okay, the frontal eye field is actually really interesting. We said it's involved with the voluntary movement, or voluntary rapid eye movements. Remember we said it was actually specifically called saccades. So it's actually more particularly involved in saccadic eye movement. And this is basically saying rapid eye movement. But to be more specific, because we're engineers, we'd like to know a little bit about this stuff, not going into crazy detail, how does this frontal eye field cause saccadic eye movements? Well, in the actual brainstem, you have a couple areas here that we have to talk about. Really briefly, this one here, this red nucleus here, is actually the nucleus of cranial nerve 3. This green nucleus here that we're going to kind of zoom in on here is actually cranial nerve 6. Abducens. And then this pink structure here, which we're going to talk about, definitely going to abbreviate this one. It's called the paramedian pontine reticular formation. You definitely know why we're abbreviating that bad boy. But again, these are the 3 areas that the frontal eye fields are going to communicate with. All right, so now what I want us to do is pretend that we're looking here at the frontal eye field and kind of zooming in on it. So imagine here I have a frontal eye field, right? And this particularly is the right frontal eye field. Over here we'll have another portion. This would just be the left, which we can't see. But this would be your left frontal eye field. The right frontal eye field will actually send its neurons to the left paramedian pontine reticular formation, which we discussed here. This is our left paramedian pontine reticular formation. This would be our right paramedian pontine reticular formation. So again, in that sense, these cross. So basically, the truth of the matter is that these send contralateral pathways to the paramedian pontine reticular formation. All right, let's mainly focus, just for the sake of it, since we talked about right here, we're mainly going to focus on the pathway involved with this right side. So let's get rid of this one here. Okay, so if we follow this through, we have the right frontal eye field sending connections down to the what? To the left paramedian pontine reticular formation. When it acts on that left paramedian pontine reticular formation, this sends its axons to this nucleus here. What is this? This is your 6th nerve nucleus, but it's which one? Your left cranial nerve 6, right? Then two things happen here. When you stimulate the left 6th nerve, it does two things. One, it actually will send axons that go over here to the contralateral 3rd nerve nucleus. So this is now your right cranial nerve 3, okay? The other thing it'll do is if you stimulate the 6th cranial nerve, is it will send axons out via the abducens nerve to the muscle that the 6th nerve supplies. What is that muscle? LR6, right? So if you remember LR6, that means that the 6th cranial nerve supplies the lateral rectus.
I don't know
And the
any
lateral
of
rectus is
this,
responsible for abducting the eye. So this left lateral rectus will be stimulated. If the left lateral rectus is stimulated, which direction will the eye pull? It'll pull to the left, right? Now, watch this. The 6th nerve nucleus, not only does it stimulate the left lateral rectus, it stimulates the right 3rd nerve. Now, if we stimulate the right 3rd nerve nucleus, it's going to do what? It's going to go to what muscle here? The medial rectus on the opposite eye. So it's going to stimulate the right medial rectus. What does the right medial rectus do? It adducts the eye. So now, which direction will it pull the eye? Medially. Which direction is the eyes moving? To the left. And which frontal eye field stimulated this process? The right. So the right frontal eye field causes contralateral conjugate, meaning that these two are moving in coordination, contralateral conjugate deviation of the eyes. That is so darn cool how it does that. So the reason why I want you guys to know this is that if someone has a lesion of the frontal eye field, now what happens? You damage this pathway. Now the left paramedian pontine reticular formation can't stimulate the 6th nerve. So this is inhibited. That means that the 6th nerve can't inhibit the 3rd nerve. That means this is inhibited. That means that the 6th nerve can't stimulate the lateral rectus. That means this is inhibited. And if the 3rd nerve is inhibited, it can't stimulate the right medial rectus. So now the eyes won't be able to move towards the left. What does that mean? If the eyes can't move towards the left conjugately, which way will they start to deviate? To the opposite side. And so because they no longer have those muscles pulling in the same direction, the eyes will start deviating to the opposite side. If they start naturally kind of deviating, we'll draw it here with this pink arrow, to the other side, which direction are they deviating with respect to the actual lesion? The same side, which is where the right frontal eye field is. So this is called ipsilateral conjugate gaze deviation. And that is why this is so important sometimes to just understand basic functions here. All right, so that covers our frontal eye field. Now the Brodmann area for this one is actually technically considered a part of the prefrontal cortex, but the Brodmann area for this is actually number 8. Okay, so Brodmann area number 8 for the frontal eye field. Now let's talk about Broca's area. All right, the last area that we got to talk about of the frontal lobe within the cerebral cortex is this last area, right? So we talked about this one a little bit. We said it was called the Broca's area, right? Because we've already talked about the primary motor, the supplementary and premotor, the frontal eye field, and the prefrontal cortex. The only area that's left is the Broca's area. Now, here's what I want you to remember. We said that the Broca's area is involved with basically stimulating muscles of speech, right? And the big thing I want you to remember is we said that the Broca's area is located on the dominant hemisphere. So what does that mean? That means kind of if you're a right-handed person, that means that Broca's area is most likely going to be on the left frontal lobe in the inferior frontal gyrus. So left Broca's, right? Now the question is how does it stimulate muscles of speech? How does it help with this process? Well, the Broca's area, it communicates with a couple other areas. It actually communicates with this area we'll talk about when we talk about the temporal lobe called Wernicke's area. So this is called Wernicke's. And Wernicke's is where we comprehend language because it receives information from your visual cortex, it receives information from your auditory cortex, basically tries to comprehend and understand that language, and then send that information from the Wernicke's area to the Broca's area via a connection called the arcuate fasciculus. But basically, the Broca's area now will then take that information that it received from Wernicke's area about the language and the comprehension of it, and send that information so that we can speak, basically give a response to what we are hearing or seeing, right? So how does that work? Well, Broca's area is actually going to be sending down. It actually contributes a little bit to those the corticospinal corticobulbar tracts. If you remember, right here is our primary motor cortex. So coming down from that primary motor cortex, you're going to get some contribution from the Broca's area. And what this is going to do is it's going to come down, to your actual brainstem, and it's going to give stimulation to particular nuclei located within the brainstem. One of these nuclei is actually called your facial nerve. Now, the muscle that we're actually talking about here, that the facial nerve stimulates, is actually called the orbicularis oris, which basically helps to kind of change the shape of the mouth, right? That's important in speech because it kind of changes the way that we enunciate the process of speech, right? The other nucleus it stimulates is actually...
Be right back. Real quick.
Called the nucleus ambiguous, but that comes out via a couple nerves. One of the nerves is called cranial nerve, 9, the glossopharyngeal nerve. The other one is called cranial nerve 10, which is the vagus nerve. And the last one here is the cranial part of the accessory nerve. All of these make up what's called the pharyngeal plexus. And this supplies a bunch of muscles. It supplies the soft palate. It supplies the uvula. It supplies the pharynx. It supplies the larynx. And this is the big one, the larynx. But all of these structures are important for for basically speech production. Okay, I'll explain all of it as we come to the end of it. But that's another thing that it stimulates via the Broca's area. The last area is the hypoglossal nucleus, which comes out via the hypoglossal nerve, which is cranial nerve 12. And this stimulates the muscles of the tongue. So now, if you have stimulation of all of these areas, think about that. Whenever you are basically pushing air from your lungs out, it has to go through the larynx. The larynx has little vocal cords. The vocal cords, they're basically the tension on them is dependent upon the muscles, which is stimulated by the vagus nerve and a little bit of the accessory nerve. So now, when these muscles are stimulated, it'll change the tension in the vocal cords. It also may change the shape of the pharynx a little bit. It may help to move the uvula and the soft palate a particular way. And now that speech that's coming up and hitting the vocal cords and resonating through the larynx, through the pharynx, across the soft palate and uvular area, is all going to have to go through a specific resonating pathway carried out through these nerves. Then the tongue, we might move the tongue in a particular way that helps us to articulate speech particularly, right? Then as this speech is moving out across all of these structures past the tongue, then we have the orbicularis oris, which kind of changes the shape of our mouth, maybe to enunciate or maybe change the way that we speak particular words. So now, how is Broca's area involved with muscles of speech? It stimulates all of these nerves, which stimulate all of these muscles that are involved in the speech production, which all have different types of functions, right? Why is this important? When someone damages the Broca's area, maybe because of a middle cerebral artery lesion, you lose the ability to speak properly, right? All of these muscles of speech are now going to be damaged in some way, shape, or form. So because of that, speech is interrupted. But how is it interrupted? These people, they're having difficulty getting these muscles going and really helping to get the speech moving. So because of that, their speech is not really, it doesn't flow perfectly. So it's called non-fluent speech. And another thing is they have a hard time being able to make their speech kind of grammatically correct. So it's non-fluent speech, but the other aspect of it is that it's completely grammatically incorrect. And the last thing here, remember I told you that Wernicke's area is involved in what? The comprehension of language. This area is fine. All we did was damage the Broca's area. So the communication from all of these areas, from your vision, from your auditory, and then the comprehension of those things being sent to the Broca's area is all intact. We didn't touch that area. All we touched was the Broca's area. So comprehension of language will be understandable. So they do have comprehension of language. So this is intact. Now there's another name for Broca's aphasia that sometimes needs to be kind of expressed here. No pun intended. It is actually sometimes referred to as, because you can't kind of say what you want to say, it's called expressive aphasia. Okay, and so this basically gives us everything we need to know about Broca's area. Also, if you guys want to know what Broca's aphasia looks like, we're going to have a link down in the description box to a video where you guys can go ahead and see how these people have difficulty with their non-fluent and grammatically incorrect speech, but understand what you're trying to say or what you're trying to show them. Okay? All right, engineers, so in this video, which I know was long, I'm sorry, but I wanted to make sure all of this stuff makes sense and it's understandable. And if it is understandable, it does make sense, it did help. Please hit that like button, comment down in the comment section, and please subscribe. Also, down in the description box, we'll have links to our Facebook, Instagram, Patreon account. You guys want to go check that out, follow us, help us out in any way that you guys can. We would truly appreciate it. All right, engineers, as always, we thank you, love you, and until next time.
So maybe I should mark this as red, but I feel like I didn't understand quite well. Right, next one. I didn't pay too much attention. I'm gonna do this exercise now. I think that the friend from previously told me about. Then I think I'm gonna end for today. Welcome to the Flexbox, Froggy, a game where you help Froggy and friends by writing CSS code. Guide this Froggy to the lily pad on the right by using the justify content property. Which aligns items horizontally and accepts the following values. Flex start. So justify content. Oh. Huh. Wrote it wrong. Content. There we go. Justify content. Next star at design. So what is it asking? To help these frogs get to their lily pads. So which one goes first? And flex end doesn't work. They move together. Center. Yeah. Justify content. This time the lily pads have lots of space around them. If you find yourself forgetting the possible values for a property, you can hover over the property name to view them. I think it's space between this one. Still didn't work. Space between. Flag star, space around. There we go. Justify content. No space between. Yeah. Align items. Now use align items to help the frogs get to the bottom of the pond. This CSS property aligns items vertically and accepts the following values. Oh, so that's the difference. Now I remember. Align items is vertically, justify content is horizontally. That's the difference. It's probably flex end. And they both work on the display flex. So how can I remember this? I think one good memorization technique is to mix two things that don't make any sense, make them very unique and put them together. It's a memorization technique. So I can picture maybe a line with something that is vertical. I'm gonna picture a line on a building as if it's refitted. Align items. And then justify content, I'm gonna picture in a boat with a bunch of containers. Yeah. Justify content. Justify content in a boat. Align items in a building. I'll probably still forget, but lead the frog to the center of the pond using a combination of justify content and align items. There we go. Oh, this is gonna be more difficult. Justify content, space around, and then align items, flex end, I think. Yes. And flex direction. This CSS property defines the direction items are placed in the container and accepts the following values. Defines the direction items are placed in the container. So here's row reverse, I think. Yes. So align items vertically, justify content horizontally. And then flex direction should just change the direction within a certain space. Flex direction, column reverse, column. Yeah. Oh, so now I should rearrange them so they go to the right place. Notice that when you set the direction to reverse, row or column start and end are also reversed. Oh, that's gonna be... So I think I need to reverse first. I reverse, row reverse, and then I put them to the beginning. I think it's flex start. No, flex end because they are reversed, right? Yes. Now use both align items, justify content. Help the frogs find their lead paths. Flex direction and justify content. Notice that when the flex direction is a column, justify content changes to the vertical and align items to the horizontal. God, that's so confusing. So flex direction, row, column, and I justify content because it changed. Flex and there we go. Help the frogs, flex direction. So maybe I need to reverse first, column reverse. And now justify content, flex, and there we go. Oh no, it's wrong. Maybe just column here. Flex start? No. Why it's wrong? Column reverse, flex, and oh, maybe it's space between. Yeah, there we go. Help the frogs find their lead paths. So flex direction, row reverse, then justify content, center, and align items, flex end. Oh no, it's right. Use the order property to reorder the frogs according to their lead paths. Sometimes reversing the row or column order of container is not enough. In this case, we can apply the order property to individual items. By default, items have a value of 0, but we can use this property to also set it to a positive or negative integer. order. So 0 minus 1 minus 1 and 0. No. You can use this property to search also set. I'm not sure if I understand what is the code of this integer. This one doesn't make sense to me. In this case, you can apply the order property to individual. By default, items have value of 0. But we can use this property to also set it to a positive or negative integer value. Use the order property to reorder the files according to the deleted. But how do I know which one is which? I'm gonna search on the purple. So maybe it's just the symbol I'm using wrong. It's like this. Zero minus 1, 0. Oh, 1. How can I get a tip here? Order number initial inherit. Property is used to specify the order for the flexible item, and it gives a number to each item according to the requirement for the user. Syntax order number. Oh, it's the yellow. Oh, there we go. I didn't see it was yellow here. Now it's the red one. -3. Yellow. Another property you can apply to individual items is align self. This property accepts the same values as align items and its value for the specific item. Flex and now combine the two. Combine order with align self. Capture frogs to their destination. With order first. Oh, goes with one number. And then align self. Flex end. There we go. Seven more to go. Spread them out using the flex wrap property, which accepts the following values. No wrap. Every item is fit to a single line. Wrap. Items wrap around two additional lines. Wrap reverse. Items wrap around two additional lines in reverse. So that's why the wrap is used. Flex direction. No, both flex direction. Flex wrap first. Wrap reverse? No. Let's see what this does. Flex direction. Column. There we go. The true properties flex direction and flex wrap are used so often together that the shorthand property flex flow was created to combine them. So flex direction and flex wrap are used often. This shorthand property accepts the value of one of the two properties separated by a space. For example, you can use flex flow, row wrap, flex flow, to set rows and wrap them. Try using text flow to repeat the previous level. Did I write something wrong? No. There we go. This can be confusing, but align content determines the spacing between lines. While align items, yeah, this is very confusing. Determines how the items as a whole are aligned within the container. Align content determines the spacing between lines. Align items determines how items as a whole are aligned with the container. When there is only one line, align content has no effect. You can use align content to see how multiple lines are spaced apart from each other. Oh man. Why not use different words? Space between. No. Flags start. So align items is on the vertical. Yeah, changes on the vertical. Justify content is on horizontal. And align content is the lines that it changes on the vertical, I think. Now the current has a bunch of the lily pads at the bottom is align content to guide the frogs there. Flag sense. Easy. Use combination of flex direction and align content to get them the lily pads. So I think align content is gonna be center. And then I need to reverse this. How do I put this in the top? Column reverse. Yes. Bring the frogs home one last time by using the CSS properties you've learned. This one is the hardest one. Yeah. Justify content horizontally. So I need to do a flex direction to change to columns, I think. And now I need to reverse this. So reverse. Yeah. But no. Oh, I need to change the order, I think. Maybe not. Or maybe yes. Order. Let's see if anything changes. Maybe yellow. Order. Sure. Yeah, I don't think order is gonna be used. So let me delete all of this. Maybe if I use in the beginning, -4. It only works because the class was one of the frogs, but this is changing the whole thing. But how am I gonna put the yellow ones in the middle with no order? like that. Maybe that's a way I can do it. With wrap reverse. Getting close. No. The thing is, it shouldn't be reversed, I think. It should be column reverse. And rep reverse. Almost there. Space around maybe. No. I know line items is for vertical, but after the reverse it should change. Oh no, it's because it's flex direction that changes and not flex flow. So maybe if I do align content here. Yeah. No space between. There we go. Got it. I think I'm gonna save this so I can do it a lot more times until it gets into my mind how to do it. Yeah. I think that's it for today. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow if that person that came on the stream is gonna make the website, or is gonna call me to show me how to do it, show me the backend and the front end and all of this stuff. But if not, then I'll come back Friday, I think, and keep doing these challenges on Free Code Camp. And yeah, that's it. So see you.